it. Other console. It let me send it to his Activision account. Now I'm trying to send it again. Said he sent it to me. Oh, there it is. Alright, I got him on here now. Invite to the party. How about it, Jeremy? There we go. Well, I gotta go to game chat though. Alright, I'll wait for you to get on game chat and then.
Yeah. That's okay. Oh, wow. Why is my game lagging? Holy moly.
deployment. Now's a good time to warm up. Battle Royale. Avoid the gas. Get to the safe zone.
My controls are so backwards right now.
All right, lads, let's get it done.
Come on, man.
Fly box location. Move to secure.
Not even set up. I hate when people rush into a game. Hold on, guys.
Win here and you return to the...
Oh, damn, already? Like, I don't even get a break.
Time to earn your freedom, soldier. I'm taking fire!
Whatever. Wow!
Taking fire!
That aim assist is ridiculous, though.
Not over yet. Your team can still play for the lead.
I can't do it. I can't do this, guys. I gotta go back on PC. I can't do controller.
Here, there is a
I
helicopter.
just can't. I try, but I can't. I'm gonna...
I will stop.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to try to do this again. Oh, I have to try to do this.
I'm moving.
Let me see what's going on here.
Come, I can fly.
It's dead anyway. We'll just keep the camera off for now. Alright, we'll see. Oh.
Vendor here if you need equipment.
The heck? It's not on or what?
Body armor here.
We are inside the circle. Get ready for incoming.
Mark out. I'm
Why
going.
is this not working?
Being tracked by an enemy team. Stay sharp.
Oh god. Let me hide here for a second, guys. Doesn't look like that. Appreciate it. Yeah, give me a second. Oh, thanks. Oh shoot, this is all foreign to me, bro. How the hell do I use? Oh, Y? Oh,
Pistol here.
I gotta hold Y. Oh. Oh shoot! Hold on. How do I do this? Oh my god!
was here.
I can't do this, bro. I'm about to go back to PC, bro. I'm trying so hard. I'm so trash with this controller. All right, this. Okay. Gotcha. I don't have the best weapons. Oh, one downstairs. Hey, why is everybody red on the map? Oh, wow. Sweet. Oh, yes, thank goodness.
I'm moving.
Are we still in a circle? Oh, yeah, we're good.
There, moving.
Oh.
Moving up.
Yeah, why am I being hunted?
The enemy lost track of you. You're safe.
my goodness, they lost track of me. Jeez, I got mad money for that.
Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
Alright, how do we mark on a controller?
Mark out.
Left.
Going. I'm off this way. Hold. Cancel that.
Oh, okay, okay.
Here.
No, that was. Oh.
I have eyes on a care package on my left.
Yep. They're in the red building.
Moving up. Moving up.
Claymore set.
No, not really. Well, just grab me a Corona.
Move that.
Oh, where's he at?
There.
Oh yeah, he's on the rooftop.
I'm taking fire.
We've got gas moving in.
Yeah, that one's prone really bad or really big. Oh, what? One's still on the roof. Oh. Wow, you don't get much ammo with the... It's gonna be the one, the, northeast.
SMG.
Yep, I got him.
On my way.
He's up there.
See movement.
Move that.
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going? Wait, why is it down? Don't tell me there's live service issues again. That might have been why I was getting kicked. Alright. Okay. Where you guys at?
Contact.
Oh. Copy that.
Gas is closing. Get
Oh, you're on him. Rooftop.
all right, soldier.
I see. Taking fire.
I got the one on top weekend.
The gulag. If they survive, they can redeploy.
Wait. I see movement.
Yeah, careful. We got people surrounding us too. All right. Oh, weren't we right by a shop thing too? Yeah, me neither.
Gas is closing in.
I don't see nothing. Empty? They did?
There, move it.
Yeah, Thomas. Good job, guys. Good job. Let's keep it up. Let's keep it going. Let's see what else we got going on here. Nothing much. Okay. It's broken? What happened? What's it doing? Let me take a look at my mobile phone.
Assault rifle. Gas on my left. Assault rifle.
Yeah, it looks like it's running on my end. All right, I got one on me. Be careful. There's gonna be one near me. Oh. It was a rooftop.
Movement!
I can't do this controller, man. I want to so bad. I'm so bad at it. I wish this game was more optimized on Windows, man. Oh yeah. Yeah, just be careful. Downstairs. There's two on the rooftop.
I see movement. I see movement.
Gas is inbound.
Sniper rifle.
Oh, yeah, okay, okay.
Disregard.
Did you guys find him?
Cash on the ground. Mark out. I'm going.
I'm coming.
Mark out. I'm going.
Wow, downstairs. Come on. They're at the bottom of the steps where you guys are. Wow, I'm getting wrecked. Audio commands are broken? Really? Give me a second. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. All right. Some of them work, some of them don't. That's weird. Alright, try it again.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita,
Muerde para aquí, muerde para allá.
dame tu cosita, ay.
Only 25 remain.
Whatever you did to fix it right.
Only 10 remain. You're nearly done. Still one of 10 remaining. Yep.
Yeah, no, I was on the Xbox, so I'm about to switch over to PC right now, guys. Bear with me here. We're gonna switch scenes and we'll go ahead and get this set up here real quick. All right. Well, there is a solution. Hold on, guys. Give me a second, okay? Yes. Who's arguing with me? That way I still have my screen. You can control the Xbox. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Okay. Whatever I did, I fixed it. That's good. That's good. That's great. That's great. That's great. Oh, let me get my headphones. Ah. All right, let's get this rolling in the show here. Oh, I leave, man. Lead a party. Like, what the heck? Oh, lead a party. There we go. Hey, how's that definitive edition working out for you there? Hey, is it working out pretty good for you, bro? Alright, so we're gonna have a little frozen screen here, guys, so it's all good. Good, man. Working up here. Okay, that looks pretty good. Alright, let's figure this out. Alright, Germ's here. Hey, what's up, Germ? What's up, Anthony? Hey, what's going on, guys? Oh, wait, am I still on the... No, I switched scenes. Okay, I was wondering, I was like, wait, hold up, time out. And bump that down just a notch. I think we're pretty good there for the most part. Alright. Okay. So I did something a little new here, guys. Actually. So I have it to where, like, set up some other VPN for myself for my router. So now anywhere I am, I can like connect to my computer, which is pretty cool. That's gonna be another way for me to play some of my games. That way I don't have to worry about the much with the cloud gaming and stuff. So, but the only problem I've witnessed so far is the audio issues. So I'm working on it and see what we can. But for the most part, works pretty good. All right, so let me go ahead and get a few things here launched up. Man, launch up and going. Things looking okay here, guys. Everything's looking okay. All right, so how's everybody doing today, though? Hope everybody's doing great. Yeah, Culex, I don't know, man. Something that was weird. That was very weird. I don't know why that happened. I had to change it, and it seems like the character limit, I was exceeding it, and for some reason it just automatically changed it. I don't know why, because I had the name for the longest time, so it's kind of stupid. Probably because they hated me now. They don't want to give me my name back. All right. Did the game really never launched? There we go. Let's go ahead and launch that back up here real quick. Okay, good stuff. Next, I'm gonna have to go ahead and take this out, actually. I think we're in good shape. Alright, yeah, the PC version is nowhere nearly as optimized, but I noticed that even on the Xbox One X, I still had some lag from time to time. Surprisingly, it was weird. Alright, let's go ahead and... What the hell is all this stuff? Stop it. I'm not buying nothing. Let me just click my friend list. Let me join my buddy's game. There we go. Alright, there we go. Now we're looking pretty good. Alright. Alright, sorry about that, bro. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Probably sounds so much better now, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's the high quality studio mic. Nah, just kidding, bro. Man, that last game was making me mad, dude.
Yeah, I was playing like shit too. That last one.
Like I literally did so bad. Like I got lucky with a hang up. Other than that, like I think it's my sensitivity. I need to just do some adjustments. I haven't done any tuning with the controller, and yeah, not happening, dude. I'm like, you know what? Let me switch this, because the headphones I had to constantly push the button on my microphone. It was driving me crazy.
Right.
You're doing great at the Corona outbreak. Yeah, I got scared too, Keelix. I kind of did too. I got scared for a second.
I'm checking it out tomorrow because Mom said that shit is like more scamish than anything because she was looking it up online.
What are you trying to do?
No, I don't want to say tricks.
Oh.
What do you think, baby? You want me to just come down there tomorrow or what?
Yeah, you can come down tomorrow. That's fine.
How long am I going to stay down there for?
Yeah, it
Don't
depends.
sit for however long.
Yeah, well, if you want to stay down forever, you can. So however you want, how long you want to go down for?
You can't stay forever because I have to come home.
Whatever's next best.
Oh my god.
Got the giggles.
No, I'm not coming down.
Oh, got a J Sean. It's going down, down, down.
Strikes this again in my ear.
Oh God.
Well, let me know.
What's the next best thing to forever?
Yo, Germ, man, I know you was getting on, bro. No, he did. Dang it.
Yeah, Saturday or Sunday. Thought you were moving tomorrow. That's
Yeah.
Man's there tomorrow to help you move.
Is it running pretty good though, guys? I hope it is. I want to change this up really quick. We're
I
gonna
was
do.
rushing this work shit and everything so I could come help you move. That was like my whole agenda, so you didn't have to do it alone. You're gonna do it Friday, then I can like actually coast into this work shit and see what happens.
All right, we're gonna try that out. See how that's going. Is this game truly cross-platform? Yes,
On Friday?
it truly is. PlayStation, Xbox, and PC can play together.
Why? Because you're still living there.
So the console players will have to enable crossplay, which will be in your settings.
Bullshit.
So you'll have crossplay right here, and you can toggle it on and off, and that will allow you to play with people or not. PC players can also do the same thing; they can disable it. The only problem about the non-crossplay, like you would think Xbox and PlayStation can still play together because they're both controllers.
That's how
If you turn crossplay off, you're only limited to your platform, so you have to turn it on. So if you do got a buddy on PlayStation, you're on Xbox, you're still gonna have to go against PC players. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, the PC players don't really have the ultimate advantage in this game. This game is definitely a console game. Okay, it's console focused. The PC players, yes, still have faster response time or whatnot because of the frame rate and because of the mouse and keyboard. However, the aim assist just
all sore and shit.
it could destroy PC players too. So don't underestimate that aim assist. Make sure you guys keep it on. You know.
I'm telling you, like, these are some shit. These are
Did it do it again? That's it. By now, we would have had a winner by now, Jay. I don't know why it's doing that, guys. That is so weird that it's actually even doing that. So we're really going to have to look into this and see what is going on. So we're going to look. Let me look into my TrickSpot folders and stuff. Where's TrickSpot? Should be here, here. Custom, yeah, right here. Shoot. Okay, slots.
With like no help.
Here's my emails. Here's all the user accounts that signed up for it. So I don't know what's going on here. Where's J13? Right here. J13. There's your okay. Emotes.
I'm talking to the mic too. I'm talking to you in the game.
Yeah, I removed some of the emotes. Wait, hold on a second.
Not streaming, are you?
What?
Tricks.
Oh yeah. What's up?
You're streaming?
Yeah. They hear your wonderful voice.
Are you serious?
Don't worry about it. Look who's here. Look who's here.
Oh!
Mr. Atari coming in OG on us. This was before Nintendo, PlayStation 64, Xbox, PlayStation.
He's got the right skin because he's a ghost. We never see him.
Oh no, I think his voice went ghost too.
Plug in your mic or unmute it.
Oh.
Sorry.
Probably in an Xbox Live Party chat. I could be a stalker and check.
Yeah, I was about to do the same thing.
Yeah, right. It's at the click of a button. Oh gosh, what is going on here, guys? Yeah, broke again. It broke again.
That he's not online.
I think it's my. I don't know what's wrong with TrickSpot, man. Guys, I think I'm just gonna remove slots. I feel so bad you guys are wasting your coins on it. I mean, really, it's 25 retro coins. You guys get those easy anyway, but I kind of feel bad, especially if you constantly do it.
Bro.
You know.
Let me invite him to chat.
Oh, there he is. He's here.
Hey. What's up, buddy?
Not much. Didn't know you guys were on Call of Duty.
We're on all the time.
I play this War one a lot. I won yesterday, finally.
Really?
We might win this one.
One yet.
Come on, let Miss Assassin. We got to change it for Mr. Atari. Let's get a win from him. Let's show him how we get these wins every day.
I only played like 2 or 3 games though.
Yeah, same here.
Played a couple games.
At launch for me, there was server problems. I couldn't play at all. Yo, what is with the?
If you see your kills online. Where's he at? I know you gotta be on top. God damn, you've been playing this game a lot. 17,000 and a half kills with almost 17,000 deaths with 1.04.
Wait, who? What?
Jesus, that's Mr. Atari. That's how long he's been playing for.
Oh shoot! How do we view that?
Huh?
Barracks, and then your records. Your kills in multiplayer is 17,545. Your deaths is like 60 under 17,000.
How bad is mine?
Or 1.04 tricks. You're I bet your KD's 1.27, but you're only at 4,600 kills and 3,600 deaths. Mine's bad. I'm 0.67.
Jeez. Well, I think the KD in this Modern Warfare is so much crap because some of the maps, bro. Like, listen, I get started about it.
My KD in this is 1.29.
And let's remember though the exploits when this game first launched. Them damn shotguns, bro. People were sniping with them. I felt like I was playing Rainbow Six campaign.
Oh yeah, you ain't lying. Fuck, I was putting close away.
Yeah. It just looks into the target and never unlocks until they are dead. Well, I don't know if the aim assist is that overpowered, Jay, but you're right. All right, guys, let's do Helix. Thank you. We gotta try this again. Does it have gyro support?
I still gotta go to work.
I don't know.
Oh, you're an essential.
There are some nice additions you can do.
Operations, manufacturing.
So for like controller, you do have some like different like aim response you can do. You got like sensitivity levels. You got some layouts you can do. You got aim assist. You can change some of the way the weapons mount, reload, blah 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 blah. Some of your movement behaviors. But I mean, yeah, I'm not really seeing anything with like gyro support, unfortunately.
Our place still open.
And for that, you just play it on PC and just download a third-party software and just do it that way. Okay, let's get started once again, guys, and let's do this. Okay, showtime. You guys ready? Okay, it's showtime, yo. Lower level, left. Oh, they pull out for us. Oh gosh. I was trying to let you shoot him, my bad. Woohoo!
Right here.
Yeah, all right. Where we going, boys? Where we dropping?
Military base.
All right, guys, we get ready for that drop off. Let's do it. Wow, the game is actually running good today. Oh my gosh. Surprisingly, the game is running absolutely phenomenal. All right, where we going?
Gas is approaching your position.
To the left, to the left. Check on my boxes and my whatever to the left. Where we going? Military base? All right, let's do it. I should switch seats and fly it that way. Right. I'm not seeing anything yet.
This money so we get our loadouts. Let's get our loadouts, guys, and let's fucking
Five
put it in
odds
your
identified. Marking location now.
Start a contract. Somebody's shooting over there by you, Atari. Right behind you, to where Trix is facing.
Objective located.
Yeah!
Be advised, there's an enemy team hunting.
Right.
Alright, there's weapons on the other side of the wall, guys.
Kill him.
They're both down.
Straight down or dropped?
No, they're both down. They're dead. They're gone.
Wait. Oh, never mind.
Alright, blue chest up top. Who won? Oh gosh, hold on.
Yeah, right here. One's dead. Said, don't kill me. I'm gonna kill you. Someone behind the two right here. Okay. Killed him. He's all the way dead. Who's down?
Woo!
Oh, there's one right here by
Got
the
another person
garage
here.
door.
Yo, what happened to my weapons?
Got him. Got him. Got the one by the garage door. You could.
Deep
you could
breath,
grab him.
you'll be okay.
Got him.
Shoot! Come on, Mr. Tari, get water!
Yep, guys.
Oh my god! I switched weapons like an idiot.
Found some body armor.
Alright.
Found some body armor.
Yep. That's what we're playing right now, guys. Yeah, the Uzi is super good. Really? Yo, is the Uzi really good in this mode?
Just take him.
Next objective located.
But got some more body armor on me, guys.
You're good. We need him. Where the hell are you at?
Weird. Body armor right
But
here.
here's a lot of places.
All supply boxes found. Solid work.
What's that scar? Is that a contract?
Munitions left right here.
Get these all loaded up.
Here's some more.
Oh, thank goodness, bro.
Got you guys. I need everybody.
Teamwork, bro. You're just like the Wonder Pets. I like it. What's gonna work?
I'm gonna go get us a loadout real quick. You guys can buy some more armor. I did. Go, got more armor. Alright, guys. I'm coming to you. Stay put. Stay put. Don't go anywhere. Atari, I'm gonna throw something behind you. This is for your loadout.
Loadout drop inbound.
Get one of your loadouts from here. Y'all can get one. Tricks, you too.
Okay. Yeah, well, you do that now after we just got fully reloaded. Yeah, we're gonna lose ammo now. You should have. Yeah.
Bullets. No, you keep it all. I'm
Oh.
just not in the sniper. I didn't want to give me this.
Oh gosh, what the hell?
Alright, guys, let's go. You see, I got better at this. Hey, guys, let's get. I don't have a good KD for that. You were on my Snapchat, Mr. Atari. You see my game last night.
Oh yeah, we got the SMG. Got the SMG in this. Okay, we're gonna keep it up, guys. Keep it up and rolling.
I got him in this version too.
We get up
I
top.
won't play multiplayer. This is the only thing I play. Still beating Kakarot too. Breakbeat Doom. Almost done with Final Fantasy 15 for.
Why do you still use a rocket launcher? Yeah, you know what? For regular modes, it was for the regular modes. That's why I need to remove it.
Is it locked down?
Mm-hmm.
Got high ground.
Blah, blah, blah. Oh, what is that? What is that?
Stay away from us. Let's go.
Oh, not right now. Right. We got this, guys. Yeah, Jim. Like I said, bro. Just I. Oh. What's that?
How do you ping again?
Up on your D-pad.
On the D-pad.
You gotta chop the top of the D.
You double tap at the mark.
Movement!
There's no movement.
This we got now.
Helicopter way in the distance. was shooting in front of us.
All right, so we made it into the circle here, guys. Get the SMG out just in case. Okay, the gas is right up there.
Into the wall.
Found some body armor.
Car. Not in the car, sir. Oh God, behind us. 162 southeast. Direction over here.
Who's that?
House over here.
Who's that?
Right in front of me.
Target spotted.
Wrecked him. There's two.
I'm over here trying to do the slide. Shoot. We're gonna help the team.
Jump over, my guys. What's up?
Watch a sniper across the map.
Don't kill Lion.
Hey, you said double kill or I dropped down and banged them both out? Someone else is shooting at me though.
Careful, 2 snipers. Wow, hit me.
What are you streaming on?
Shoot. Oh, I'm everywhere. Yep, pick a choice. Actually, speaking of that, I gotta share the hold on, guys. Yeah, give me a second.
Got a couple enemies on the hill.
I don't want no one that can hear and knows me. Shot at southwest.
Got him down. Oh! He's up top behind you guys. Shoot! No! Hell out of here. You ain't good. Shoot me. You better shoot me in my ass. I thought, bro. Shoot me in the back. You know you're good at that. You only knows how to hit it from the back, not from the front.
Man, I could've.
Dang it! I lost everything, man. That sucks, bro. How dare they take my stuff like that? You better enjoy it while you can, because I'm coming back for you. I'm not... Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. I do got a Molotov, though.
Time to earn your freedom, soldier.
Good.
Fuck.
Wow! He knew exactly where I was. Straight trash, yo.
I'm dead, man.
Yeah, this dude got lucky, bro.
No, I'm like too busy trying to figure out your chat right now.
Oh, that reminds me, guys.
On there, make sure something good.
Okay, guys, give me a second here.
Coming up, blast both back. In front of you.
Come, are you back, Chico?
No, I'm dead. Get two guys from that thing at marked.
I need to do that.
Go
Where?
to it. Not that to your right. To it. That's on it.
Dude did a melee and then shot me, bro. Straight up aimbot. It is what it is. You got a hack, bro. You got no life, and you that bored and desperate. Like, if it makes you feel better, go for it. Oh shoot! I am back into the game. Seriously, I can't climb through the damn window? Don't give me the RPG. I don't want the RPG, but I ain't got a choice. Oh. Okay. Yeah. I'll take that. I'll take that. Okay. Oh, who? What? Where?
I got my guy.
Careful. Yep. I'm on the loadout now.
So it's just yeah, be careful. I just ran under him. He's still got his people with him. No. We don't need to load him.
Seriously?
We'll save ourselves now.
Oh god, hold on. Switch this with the P90. We ain't got a choice there, right there, guys.
Around here. When I killed him, he said, bam, the whole team ran up.
Right over there.
People?
Yeah, one guy.
Enemy.
Oh, he shot him. I was about to fucking snipe.
Oh, there's...
Damn, I had. Oh shit! I just got shot. Hurt my
I
butt.
think they're shooting back.
You guys are real thugs. Just give you a heads up.
Oh, what the hell?
Run sniping, watch it. Right.
Broke his shield.
Yo, what's up, Solid? Guys, we got our little gold sub VIP up in the chat, guys. Make sure you guys show Solid some love. Can we get a VIP or in caster shut off for Solid there, guys?
You got another sniper down there.
Big ass open map.
Hit him again. I hit
I
him
see
again.
movement.
There's a sniper. Come on, poke that little head, my guys. Bam, got him. Hit him. He's not down yet, though. Broke one shield. Yeah, that's the
One
other
down.
guy's going the other way.
Just
The other
walking
guy's
down. Alright, one's went too far off, right.
Gas is closing in.
Alright,
Relocate
one's
to
down.
the safe zone.
All right, just be careful.
That's shield. I broke a shield.
Alright, let's start moving,
Come on,
guys.
guys.
Smoke, the gas is coming.
I'm still chasing this shield's all the way broken though. If I can hit him.
He's running here.
Good aim.
All right, where is he?
Oh shit. The plane's above us. Oh, we're good if not. I don't know. He went toward this helicopter. Probably kept going. Fuck, dude. I was banging him.
I see
Oh, he's
movement.
right there.
Yep, I got him.
He's in the hangar.
Maybe he's just hanging out.
Going this way.
Bro, he's weak. I can't believe I hit him, broke his shield, then hit him again, and he still didn't die. With no shield on the sniper.
And I clipped him twice too while he was running.
Yeah, I seen some blood coming off him too.
Careful, watch the hangar to your left.
Oh, there it is.
Down. Hey man, still one of my cousin, guys.
Just getting you back for that one.
Oh shit, does anybody have AR ammo? AR ammo they're not using? Wait, maybe he does.
Gas is inbound.
Alright. Yeah, I know this map.
Yep, I'm good now. He had a UAV, he never used it once. I got everything.
Who, me?
UAV for us.
Allied
Found a guy
UAV
killed.
overhead.
Oh,
Okay,
How do you,
we're
how do you use
inside.
kill streaks
Scan for
again?
movement.
I don't remember. Yo, hey, what's look at that, Thomas. Thanks, bro. You're welcome, and thank you so much. Which mod did that? One of the mods just did that.
It's usually right on
Oh,
the
I got a
time.
I got a weapon drop. You guys
The hell?
Oh no, no, we don't need it.
Oh, Jay, thank you, Jay. I appreciate it, bro.
That like if we don't have our weapons.
Guys, Jay's always in here, man. Jay's always helping out with the commands and stuff, guys. I really appreciate it, big time.
Right in front of us. Baby.
Might have to do like different admin ranks and put admins like on probationary trial periods or something. You know.
There's the roof. Just so I can get an angle.
26.
Yo, let's get it in, guys. Come on, go. We're holding it down. 24 people.
There's one right there.
Okay, I see him.
Gosh. What the?
Shield down. Shield's right.
I got one. I downed one. Damn, what's up, man? Don't.
Oh, watch a javelin.
Oh, I'm indoors.
Just got out the way of it.
Get up the roof, get up on the roof.
Yep.
I got one down though. I right here with you. Got one
Contact.
down, so. Right behind you.
Contact.
Damn, how do you shoot through you to hit me? Alright, I need pick up, trick. Oh. Hurry up about to die.
Defriend. All the okay.
Not on my watch. My man, you gotta keep your head up and your ass down. We talked about this.
Okay. Watch it. There's someone behind help.
Claymore set.
They're in that building. Yeah, bro, I have his partner.
Where they at?
In the building, straight across right here. I'm gonna pick.
Movement.
You're going back.
Oh, he's weak.
There's one outside, there's one outside.
Oh,
Contact.
Chasing one. Got him.
I got another one.
What's up, my guy? What's up, my guy with that javelin? You ain't doing shit. That's a strike too, my guy. Oh, he took my kill again.
what'd you get? Away from me.
Armor plate. Yeah, there are 9 people left, guys.
Alright, I need some armor. You guys see any anywhere?
Nah, you picked all of it up. You don't have any?
Here, come here.
No.
I see movement. Cancel my rest.
Got one.
Oh, just take it.
Oh, here, you take it. No. Stop it. Alright, here you go. I stopped it. Boom, see, look.
Woo.
Thank you.
See?
And we get bonuses at the end of the year, right?
What a pal.
Mm.
Some armor.
Jay, what's going on, bro? How are you, Jay?
Alright, cool.
What up, bro? I see. Okay.
On the top right, it'll tell you how many kills you got.
Contact.
We got a parachuter.
Building. It's on the top right, next to us all.
FAL. Why not? This will be kind of like a sniper, I guess, supposedly, right?
Somebody right across from us. That should have been a fucking headshot. There's 2 up there too. I broke one shield. I gotta reload. Yeah. I downed him.
Safe zone relocated.
Hey, I'm going over there. I downed one. There's 2 up there.
Alright.
Fuck. He should have been dead, man.
Gotta go back up top, guys.
Bro, I fucking downed one and broke the other shield, man. Fuck.
I got you back.
Dead. You're up, hold up. Down him.
He's down.
There's another one. I threw a flash up there. Hit.
So there's 2 down here.
Killed one.
You got one.
Killed the one up top. They downstairs?
I got one. Oh, his partner's in there.
Got his partner.
Heads, guys. Anybody got any armor? Oh, there's one right there.
Gas is closing in.
One's coming in.
We gotta get out of here.
Or wait, never mind. That might be you guys. Hold on. Come here. Mr. Assassin here. All right, enjoy. Mr. Atari, you need armor too.
Yes.
Okay, man. I feel like I'm your supply guy. Oh, we gotta get it. Wall's coming in.
Dorm.
Alright, let's move.
Go, hey, follow me into this building, and we gotta be quick. We should go stay on the outside though.
Alright, watch you. They're sniping.
We're not going inside. Probably people up for this. On me. On top. He's in that building. He's on top of that building.
Alright, I'm watching the doorway.
They scare me.
Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
I got bombs coming on top of this.
Oh boy. I got Claymore behind us. I thought that was a person right there, guys. What the heck? Just can't wait till the 27th. I can't wait. I want to try resistance so bad, guys. I really do.
And we're good. I don't see anybody pushing our way. I'll be right back. If I can make this happen, I'll be a beast. I'll be a legend. Legend.
Car inbound.
Got him. He's dead. Ah! Run! I'm a legend! Let me inside! That was close, guys. Guess what I got, guys?
This ring, guys. What?
I got you an armor plate. Hey! I want to boss them real quick. Here, take one.
Claymore set.
Right here.
Oh, the body armor.
I got you, my guy. There's only 13
Claymore
people
set.
I'm Oh, right here, right next to me. Behind your box.
Gas is inbound.
Okay, I've got you.
I got you, bro.
He's outside. Right here outside.
Move that.
Head back up, my guy.
Shoot.
Do get. Hey.
If you're outside the zone, better get moving.
Got him. Whoever's coming. Tower, let me in.
Claymore set.
Here, watch my 6.
Watch out. I got
Gas
the
is
I'm
moving
inside the
in.
door.
New safe zone located. You gotta slot this bastard now.
Circle's gonna
What's coming in?
Oh shit, someone in here.
Mark and drop.
Wow.
You had my back.
Victory is on your shoulders. Finish the mission. Stay sharp.
Oh, do you, my guy? You got 4 people left. 3 squads. So 1v1.
Pressure is real, bro.
Stay in the circle, yeah, as best you can. That's how I won last time. Oh, they did not help.
Wow. Stupid call. Bro, why does it get so tiny, bro? Like, really? Wow. I don't like that last minute circle though. That's a no-no for me. At least like get small and then whatever, but like geez, they really try to rush it towards the end. That's too user-friendly, man. Come on. Oh. Yeah, that shouldn't even be a thing, bro. Like I thought it was gonna at least stay small for like a few seconds. Like it just constantly kept going down. Yeah, that's dumb.
Trying to get the hang of it.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That was the first time I made it that far, so I didn't know the circle does that.
Second place, we did that.
Right, Jay? Jay, yeah, no problem. Dang it.
We did this together.
I wish I had armor though, man. If I had some armor, I would have been good. But I was.
Is Terrier
I got
following
19
you,
kills. That
I think so. I mixer, yeah. Tell the devs that, right?
wait, I got 19 kills.
Nice. Wait, how do we know your kills?
Scoreboard. So I'm number 1 on that match for kills.
Did it. Hey, what's up?
Am I looking at the right thing? I don't even know what the...
Yeah, Jay, no problem. Here, I'm gonna send you mine.
There's smoke in there, but what are you looking at? How'd you get there?
The match summary. After
They won't listen. Yeah. AAA company like Activision, they're not gonna care about what I got to say.
shows
They're not gonna care at all.
Wait,
showed
where
2
are you
other
at?
dudes under me that were
How did you get there?
just on the briefing, the match summary. Left trigger.
Keelix, I'm everywhere, bro.
Trigger does nothing for me.
Hold on, let me get you guys. I'm
To the after action report.
gonna post this on the social media, guys. I'll get you guys my links. Hold on, give me a second.
Shows you what you unlocked, your contracts, scoreboard, commendations, and on the scoreboard
says
it says
how
I
many
got
games we've
19
played?
kills.
I want
I
to
don't know
see
if
this
that's
is how many I
most
have.
kills, but it doesn't show anybody else. It's weird. It just shows 2 other
Bullshit.
people, but...
How'd you get there? Don't lie to me.
How many kills you got?
Oh, how do we see this, bro?
7. I know. How did you get there? LT isn't doing nothing for me.
It's got to be in Barracks. Hold on. Records? No.
Oh, like, you know, the aftermatch summary that you can look at. Like,
Oh, I skipped it. Oh. I got mad. I got blown up and mad and rage quit and
not
skipped that
very-
part.
It's just like right on the screen where your guys are like walking. You just hit left trigger there.
I'm hitting left
Should
trigger.
pop
Nothing's
up. I
popping
don't know
up.
why it's not. I don't know. I don't know why it's not.
You're lying to me. Don't want me to know that I did good.
Oh, it's there. I like this calling card.
Yeah. How do you guys see it? Mission boot camp. Hold on. Where the heck is it?
Oh, just so you know, I'm probably not gonna have time to finish this.
No, what?
I'm probably not gonna have time to finish this because I gotta work.
Oh, you're finishing this match. Start dub before you go to work.
Get yourself sorted. We'll be deployed shortly.
Oh, what is wrong with your hands? You got Shotty McCotties.
Why is it like this?
Oh. Okay, I can't say. Changing my teeth.
Where the heck is it, man? There we go.
Alright.
Yeah, I got one more kill.
Playtime's over, mate. You're going to the war zone.
I got someone with the finish.
your team. Gas is approaching your position. Move to the safe zone.
Just updated instead of releasing a new one? Yeah. That free game? Wait, which one yesterday? Honestly, I wasn't even on yesterday, Jay. Was it the one on the VIP chat that you posted? Oh, you're being hunted, Mr. Atari.
Hey, see what you did last game?
Damn.
Bring it on.
You're slow though. I don't think anybody's over here though. So at least 2.5.
I got a heli, I'm good.
Well, then you better get the hell out of here. Oh God, bad pun. Alright, I kind of parachute far away, so I'm not gonna have much. I'm gonna land at this castle over here. It's probably dangerous, but
Go pick him up with the helicopter.
yeah.
Do that. This dude's still in.
Right. Oh, spotted.
Bunch of tricks, they're coming after you. Off the back.
In a hot soul, boy, bring it!
Oh shit,
Take a boat down. Woo!
Need you some help, man.
Yeah, I got you, bro. Don't worry. See? Mr. Atari comes in late. He's like, hey, I got you back. Okay. Yeah, they tried, man. They tried. I ain't gonna lie.
With the bounty on him. He's not letting anybody know where you guys are at.
Oh gosh, what is this? Scar? Yeah, I'll take the Scar because this one has the. All right, let's get out of here, Mr. Atari, because I need weapons.
All right, here we go. You drive.
Oh, one down there. Run! Holy dude, gosh! Where'd you get your pilot license? Oh, right. Do I play HC? Wait, what? Oh, be careful, guys. Careful. Oh, be careful. That shotgun is OP. Yo, I like it. It was nice. I can't hear you, dude. Oh, shoot. We're getting shot at.
Anybody just give me money. Trying to get those blown out. Alright, we're good. I need more than 500. I need 1,500.
Safe. You lost the enemy track.
Never mind, we're good.
Got it.
Load out. Gas is inbound.
Everybody get some armor. Buy some armor. You guys have enough armor. Or let me give you some good money. Here, take this money.
Yo, I don't think we're alone. And I bought some armor.
Sorry, money. Right here. Behind you. Sorry, cash. Never mind, you stole it. Helicopter's about to go kaboom.
Let's switch this out. Go with the sniper. What? I will in a second. All right, hold on. Yeah, wait till this round. Go, 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 go! Did you see that you can play DayZ in the mobile Xbox app? Yep, yep, yep. I like that it's free, so I might try it. I don't know, because I don't want to pay for it. Doesn't look like a game I would want to buy. But for free? Oh, God, we're going down, Mayday, mayday! I'm not gonna make it! No! Enemy chopper above. Seriously?
You got ammo? Yeah, me too.
Let's loot. I don't have any. I need AR ammo. Get it.
Yeah, me too. I'm all up.
Boxes and stuff.
Where?
All over this building.
Yeah, from what I see, it's pretty punishing. Yeah, kind of like an Escape from Tarkov. Yeah, no problem, Jay. I'll check you out, bro. Okay, okay. Ooh. Hmm. Yeah, I'll keep this just in case.
Let's go back up actually and let's jump off the top and parachute somewhere. Safer.
True. Alright, do we have anybody anywhere, guys? I don't know. We gotta watch ourselves.
I see movement.
Shoot. Alright, guys.
Far as hell away. How are those not hits? Those are perfect shots. I have no sniper ammo. Start searching this building right here.
Oh, okay, so I don't think I'm gonna have time to finish.
Left. Search all your money and stuff.
Huh?
Friendly loadout drop on fire.
You gotta go. I'm in the building next door.
Yeah, just drop down. Oh,
Gas is closing.
Way
Get
down.
to the new safe zone.
Damn, we gotta go the other way anyway.
Oh, yeah. Stay alive, guys. Stay alive. Okay. Whew. Alright, where'd you guys jump to? I'm coming.
There, going in.
I'm just running around. Trying to...
Body armor.
Got your body armor.
Get those screams in, guys. You should really reload your sniper. Yeah, I probably should, right? Yeah, probably be a good idea.
Making my way to the roof.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Where's everybody at? Ooh. Let's be careful here. We got another shop here, guys.
Proceed to the marked location and secure the area.
Alright guys, how much is the munitions box? 5,000? Come on, Trix, you buy a munitions box first and toss it real quick right here.
Okay, okay, okay.
We got ammo right here, Rob.
Heads up here, disease existence.
Little box right here. Yeah. Well, let's get out of here. People shooting by that yellow flag. Flying drone.
Whoops. Shit.
Yeah, reload mid-fight like I always do. That will destroy me, guys. I really appreciate the support, guys. You guys are awesome. All right, let's keep it up. All right, what do we got? What do we got there? We okay? What the hell is that? Do you guys want to go on Ferris wheel?
Do you want to go on the Ferris wheel? Boy, we're in war right now.
I do.
That makes it even more exciting. Gotta be spontaneous there.
Exciting.
Yo, this house is not empty. There was a battle here. Over.
Oh shit! No.
Oh, you just be advised.
No, Spartan's going down. No.
Primary objective accomplished.
I'm gonna go ahead and go. Oh, 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 oh.
I'm alive. Put my
Hit
shoe
it.
down.
Enemy spotted. Over.
Trying to get my damn shoe.
I see movement.
Oh, gas. Smells like ass.
Ass.
Gas
I
inbound.
got you two
Safe
armies.
zone
Two armies.
relocated.
On me. I'll buy some more.
Tango spotted outside. Over.
Oh,
good shot
shit. Get your ass back in here. Get your ass back in here. Take these plates. Take these plates. I dropped them all for you.
How do we get on?
Come on, you got me killed. What?
How do we get on?
I'm gonna save you.
Got you?
I'm just gonna turn it off. You don't need to get on. Oh, my son got me killed, yo. Oh my god.
Hold still.
Got you, my guy.
Oh shoot!
Careful, footprints.
You got the time.
Shit, I got one.
Oh my gosh. Yo, Zara, what's going on? How are you? Ride a Ferris wheel and shoot everyone. Yeah, that's the way to do it, guys. That's the way to do it. All right, what's going on there, George? How are you, bro? Holy dear, jeez!
Got him.
Yeah.
We gotta go. We gotta go.
Oh yeah, we gotta go ASAP. A to the sap.
Nice.
All right, got some more armor plates.
Storm. Me too. I got 5 and a cluster strike.
Okay. Come on. Custom assault rifle. Should I switch it? No, I'm gonna stick with my M4 because I like my M4.
All straight running.
Yo, let's keep it up, guys. We gotta get back in there.
Might win this one real quick too.
I get random claymore kills. Who knows?
Maybe we can kill us.
Oh no! Jeez.
Got a distance to go. In the back, about to get hit by the stone.
Well, I almost died.
Putting on plates.
Ooh. Woo-wee! That was close, guys. We almost got taken out there. There's a bunch of farts in the air. Did you guys see? You guys fart so much on the stream that it's in the game right now. Thank you for the follow, guys. Appreciate it. Oh, let's keep this rolling in, guys. We got this.
Iron Man.
Ooh, okay.
You call me Iron Man. That was pretty good.
I got that plate for you. I got that plate for you, bro.
Got the iron plate.
That iron plate.
Oh, watch the left.
I see movement. Contact.
Roger.
Contact.
Got on my sights. Get down. Get down.
One shield broke all the way. Here, Kurt, go inside. Go inside.
Let's go up top, guys. Go up top. I'm going up top. I hope it's safe here, though. I might be in big trouble. Who knows?
Got one.
It's a big rooftop.
Yeah.
Woo-wee.
Oh no, did it? I got one over here. He's trying to flank us.
Oh.
Okay, sweetie. I'll plug it in. Thirsty. Oh, sweetie. Oh, can you give me a second?
You're gonna stay thirsty.
Did it armor up again? Almost killed you. It did. It really did.
Your mom doesn't have to work today.
Okay, sweetie. Ask your mom.
Yeah, shoot him on.
Oh! Barely shot your face there, buddy.
Losing ground.
Oh, he freaked out.
I got another one over here. Oh.
I got one up top trying to get a revive.
Alright. One tried to blow me up with an RPG, but failed.
Patch him real quick.
Got another one. Yeah.
Ooh.
You got the one down here?
Yeah. You did.
Ow. Someone shooting at me. Oh, someone buy me. I don't have no money for armor, guys.
I got you. Hold on. Where you at?
Any money? Here, take mine. Take it all.
No, keep some.
I got a bail.
Alright. Oh, the game's almost done.
Somebody's camping it. Watch it.
I lit him up.
Fighting's done.
He's not
The
dead.
area's cleared out.
I got one place down.
Oh, shit.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Dang it. I wanted to get armor plates too.
I got him. He's there.
Dang it. Ooh.
Come on, Tricks, we need revives.
I'm down too.
Oh, you guys are in a wide open.
Got me.
Contact.
Oh, there's a motherfucker.
Got him.
Damn.
There we go. I'm coming. I'm landing where you guys are.
Got you, bro.
My guy.
Gas is closing in.
Oh, guys.
There's only 10 people left, bro. Come on. Woo.
Oh,
Hold it.
there. I'm not gonna be able to make it.
Oh, no.
Gas mask. Oh, gas mask. Give me the gas mask.
Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it.
Didn't work. It didn't give it to me. Oh, I might make it. Let's go.
Oh, there was 2 by me. Dang it. They were looking at you, Mr. Atari. Wow, it got me with that lucky aim. Look at that. Okay, got like infinite ammo there. Shoot. It's not? Yeah, there was an issue with it earlier. I was kept getting kicked out of a party. It was weird. It was very weird. Oh. Yeah, I don't see no scoreboard, bro. Where the hell is this scoreboard?
My bad.
You liar!
Man, I was getting ready and shit.
Check too.
I know.
I was trying to get dressed and shit. My bad. I wasn't fully paying attention.
Yeah.
My bad. But I gotta get ready for it, guys. So.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Atari, good game, me, bro.
Gotta go too. Thanks, guys.
We definitely gotta get on again, bro.
Hey, yeah, no problem, bro. I got you.
Next 30 days.
Well, good. Then why are you leaving then?
I mean, I'll get on. All right, catch you later, guys.
All right.
Catch you later, bro.
You too. How long we been live? All right. Let's see. We'll go ahead and do some stream games here real quick, guys. If you guys want to get in, just let me know here real quick. Oops. Actually, I gotta get the queues open. I haven't opened up the queues in a long time. First, we're gonna go ahead and get this one open, right? Man, I got the fan on. I'm freezing now. Don't let you play? You sure you don't have like an additional update or something? Yeah, you might have like another update or something, Jay. You know what? Somebody yesterday that wanted to play. Where the heck is he at? Give me a second, guys. Oh, yeah. Let me go check on my son real quick. He's been wanting to check something out. Just give me a second. Oh, we're not gonna worry about this. All right, guys, give me 1 second. I won't be gone too long. 1 second. Hang tight. Yo, congratulations to the VIP. It gave me an error earlier about connecting Xbox Live. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. It did the same thing. It like did something where it said need network or something. Hold on. Okay, guys, sorry about that. All right, let's take a look here. What's going on? Okay, good. All right, wow, why is it doing that? All right, so we're gonna switch scenes here real quick. Give me 1 second here, guys. We're going to do. Where is he? He's not here. He's not here. What the heck? All right, I'm gonna have my son test it real quick. See what's going on. I can't play with this controller, Jay. And let me tell you something, bro. I tried, bro, and I was trash. It drives me crazy because of how trashy I was. And you never fall back? Yeah. That's crazy. I don't want to see my son on here. What the heck? Oh, I never added him. No, I could have sworn I did. What's his, I don't even remember what his Xbox gamer tag is. Give me a second here. Gotta try to remember what it was. I seriously don't remember. I don't remember at all. Oh, there he is. He is Fortnite Script 52, but with the capital F. So I think he's already on. He's already on, my friend. Is this in alphabetical order? I don't think so. Well, maybe it is. Oh, there he is. Hey, let's get him in. Jay, did you want to get in, bro? I'm gonna invite Salah, but I think he's doing his own thing right now. I don't wanna interrupt him. All right. You want to try to? Oh, he just left. Okay. Okay. So I could have been playing PC. Yeah. Yeah, I tried, bro. I ain't gonna lie. My first game was on console, and not so good. Not so good. Oh, why did I? Not so good at all, guys. Color sucks. Yeah, I know. It really does, bro. And honestly, there was a big controversy about that. Like during competitions and events, the PC gamers are complaining about the console players with aim assist. And it's not that honestly, if it was up to me, I would say just aim assist should be turned off during the competition, and it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? There's actually people I know that actually turns aim assist off and just play on their own. So that's pretty cool of them. It's really nice. Oh, okay. I got you. I got you. If it comes down to it, bro. Yeah, Jay, I'll get you in here, bro. Let me up to my let me see what happened to him, guys. Give me a second. Be right back. Hold on. Let me know, Jay. I'll go ahead and get you on that. Dang it. gosh, man. Okay, guys, I spilled my drink. It made me so mad. My triggers suck. Well, that might be why. Yeah, true. All right, guys, bear with me here. Hold on, because I spilled everything. Spilled my drink. Kind of raged a little bit. Had to rush and get some towels. I think we're good now. Oh, thank goodness. Let's take a look here, guys. Alright, man, 2 more hours. Okay, did you guys see some of the new updates that they have going on too right now? Okay. Let's go ahead and get Jay in here real quick. Jay, where the hell are you at? I don't get it. Yeah, man. Let me unplug these headphones. I don't know how long they'll last though, but hold on, guys. There we go. I'm gonna keep it over here. Ugh. Froze up your game on your PC. Yeah, you know what it sounds like, Jay? Sounds like you need to do like a driver type deal. You might want to uninstall your drivers completely, do a fresh install, and then just make sure your BIOS, your drivers, everything's up to date. Because this game has some massive updates, and if you're not updating your system, it could definitely cause some complications, I would assume. Okay, and then again, even for me, bro, it spikes here and there because of the PC. I don't know. Like right now I'm at like 40-50% CPU, but then this game will jump to like 80-90% sometimes. And obviously that's with OBS open, so I mean, I don't know, that could be a problem, but I don't know, we'll see. Alright, I'm just gonna solo match it. I'm gonna troll solid real quick, watch this. I'm gonna join and leave. Oh, never mind. Never mind, watch speed. I'm gonna join and leave. Watch this. Taking too long to join. I just hope you don't keep getting kicked, bro. Just try. I'll wait a second. Make sure you can get in first before we queue up. I do really like this Warzone though. I honestly, I'm enjoying it. It's got its moments. What game doesn't though? You know what I'm saying? What game is not gonna make a gamer upset, guys? We're never gonna be satisfied. We always want things to go our way, and it never always does. But it's okay. It's all right. It's okay. Oh. All right, Jay, how we looking? Everything look okay? Yo, I'm gonna be on Discord too, man. Discord's much better. I'm gonna plug my headphones back in. I don't want it to die. I need to get me something to snack on. Actually, we don't have to do. Yeah, we'll do Discord. Discord's better. I don't want to be like, because we're probably gonna get stuck with a random. Oh, no, we don't have to. I didn't know we could do that. Testing. Seriously, I have to click in and out of the screen? Wow. That's stupid. Oh, I think it's because I gotta run Discord as admin. We do that real quick. Let me close Discord. Why are you searching the web? Seriously? Let me do it this way. I'm gonna open this up. I'm gonna go into Discord's file location here. Here we go. We're gonna go ahead and click prop. Oh my dear G. Oh, I'm not running as admin. This should fix my problems. Now I should be able to do push to talk now. Don't worry about this shenanigans. Yep, it works now. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was kind of annoying. All right, Jay, how we looking, bro? I think we're looking good. I'm gonna go ahead and try to kill it. Do we want to fill? We really need a third, man. I'm about to start unfriending people because half of these people I don't even squad up with anymore. It was like more like when the game first launched, and then everybody just kind of does their own thing now. I didn't get a hold of. Oh my god! Just click the wrong freaking thing. I keep doing this all day. No, I don't want this launched. Oh my god! No, 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 no. Okay, let me do this real quick. Look at my CPU spiking. That's crazy. Hold on, guys. All right, let's see what's going on here, guys. Hold on. Bum 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 bum. All right, let's see what's going on here, guys. Hold on. Bum 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 bum. Chicka booka chicka booka booka chicka booka chicka poosh. Huh? Yeah, I'm still live streaming. Hey, what's going on, guys?
Daddy,
Hmm.
you know why I'm playing Rocket League Warzone? It wouldn't let me on the online server.
Oh, it wouldn't it?
Nope.
Jay said the same thing. He said he had the same problem on Xbox. I had an issue where it kicked me a couple times.
It wouldn't let me in at all. I tried joining yours. It made me go log in again, and then it said I couldn't get on.
Wow. Hopefully this is not ongoing. Need to redo this. Man, I'm hungry. Guess I'm not the only one. Jeez.
Daddy,
What?
play Smite or
What? Tomorrow? Yeah, well, I already told you we still got to finish some RE6. Don't worry about it. We got this. All right, guys, I'm going to wait for my third teammate to come in, and then we're going to go ahead and continue on. But in that time, just give me just a moment.
closer.
All right, guys, so we're loading in. Just waiting for our third teammate to get in here real quick, and we're going to go ahead and start it up. Whenever the game decides to let me start it up. Hopefully they're not having Xbox Live issues. I guess we're going to find out, though. The heck? What is good? We got highlights? How do we check these? Oh, you guys can't even see them anyway. Oh yeah, you could.
patch him real quick.
Got another one.
In a hot goal, boy, bring it!
You know what?
In a hot goal, boy, bring it!
You know what?
I was muted the whole time. Sorry, guys. I'm like multitasking like a son of a gun today, big time. But I know I've been AFK a lot. Okay, I don't know why our third teammate's not being able to get in. I'm gonna test something here real quick.
Yo.
There he is. I don't know if the invites were working. Everything okay?
Yeah, I didn't get one.
Dang, see, the game is being weird today, bro. And then my son was on the Call of Duty. He said he couldn't even connect. It said something about Xbox Live.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's being weird, bro. Being weird. What the hell is that? You watching Scarface?
Nah.
Oh.
Just some stuff on Facebook.
Ah, okay. Is it like a bunch of Book of Faces or?
Yeah.
Oh, yo, what's up with the Young Daddy, bro? You don't play with him no more? Xbox Live is broken. Yeah, it is.
Just the other day.
He's so whooped, bro. Don't let him fool you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he whooped, bro. He got more chains on him than Spawn, bro. And that Spawn had quite a bit of chains.
Right.
Honestly, I'm all about that Warzone right now. It's new. I haven't really played much of it. I like it. I actually enjoyed it. It got me irritated a few times, but honestly, bro, I've been having a good run with it. I like it. It is broken. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. Ooh, Max Payne. That sounds interesting. Max Payne sounds like a really good game. That's a good suggestion. Maybe I'll do like an Xbox or an Xbox, like a I can't even talk. Xbox. A Max Payne episode. Jeez. Couldn't even talk, guys. I'm going crazy. Yo, why is it doing that? Hold on. There we go. Yeah, I messed everything up just now. Gotta check out that site for all those vintage games. Wait. Oh, you did send something about that. I'll have to check it out. I'll have to check it out for sure. Oh, where'd everybody go? Ooh. Oh, this is beta. Ah, nice little save. Level 69. Ooh, right? Best level of the game, guys. Gotta just pause and freeze our XP so we don't level up anymore. Yo, what the heck is wrong with... Oh, dear gosh. Oh, this is just a warm-up anyway. Boom, shakalaka. Oh, are there bots in this game though? For real? Like, it better not be. Oh man. Damn, reload already. Jeez. Thank you. Okay.
Stop warming up. Stand by for deployment.
Ah, I tried shooting him and didn't. Oh, no wonder it didn't count like towards the end, guys. Okay. All right. Well, we gotta win through this, guys. All right, let's do this. Tim, you ready? Go, 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 go!
Battle Royale. Gas is approaching your position. Move to the safe zone. Right, soldier. Mark a drop point for your team.
I'll pass be a leader.
Okay, we're all here though, so we good. Where you guys want to jump? Oh no!
Gonna jump?
Go, 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 go!
Thank you.
Just watch yourself, guys. Gather supplies, boys. Let's go. All right, guys. Let's get it. Let's get it. We gotta try to stay alive. We gotta try to do this. I need weapons. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. What's all about this? Nothing. We don't find nothing. Oh, what am I gonna do with this? Oh, I got an RPG. Woo! Woo! Oh, get that MP7 real quick. Okay, we're looking good. We're looking good. I did grab us a chopper, guys. I got us a chopper. Don't worry, Jeremy. Stay alive on us, bro. Over. I'm in it right now. 10-4.
No, you're good.
All units, be advised. Chopper is currently en route. It's going to be Xbox X-Ray Airborne. Over. This is X-Ray. Do you copy? X-Ray here. Meeting to land at the LZ at the rendezvous point. What's your 20?
I got 10-4, Roger.
Copy that. 1076 over to your about 20. The ETA is going to be approximately about 2 minutes. Over. Stand by. Oh, wow. Chopper's already damaged. Seems to be secured. Over. This is X-Ray. it's over. You ain't nothing.
Listen up, soldier. Win here and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done. Time to earn your freedom, soldier.
Oh, man, all headshots.
Oh, shaka like a mother chucker. Mm-hmm.
Teammate sent to the gulag. Fighting deployment.
You guys all out?
Your teammate got a proper sorting. Send it in a moment.
I got killed.
We need to get aside, guys. Grab what we can here.
Cut it off, Daddy.
All right, we got this. Is everybody okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Damn, I don't have enough points for the revive.
Advised, your teammate got their ass kicked. They're RTB at this time. You're all that's left. Get it done.
Oh, I need more money.
Who quit?
Wait, somebody quit?
Oh, right behind. Yeah. Oh, never mind. There they are. They wasn't showing their names.
I don't have the points to get you.
Running towards your right.
Wow, still don't have enough. Cross my fingers that somebody tries to revive. Oh, somebody's phone went off. I need 500 points, man. Really? To get you guys?
Loadout drop headed your way.
I'm gonna have to pick you guys up at the next one.
Got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
I'm about to get one of you guys in. Get ready. Oh, I gotta choose the first one. All right, let's go, 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 go. All right. Do you have enough money to get the teammate back or no?
Oh, we got
Okay.
1100.
A bad area. See, every time I go down these hills, I always feel like Apex. I thought I was gonna keep sliding.
Got gas moving in.
Careful, guys. Careful. Yeah, we need another 4,500. Okay.
Run. Get to your zone.
Another buy zone here, man, but we don't have enough points. Can't get you, Jay. Careful, they're gonna be in this building.
Claymore set.
He'll be upstairs. Be careful.
Yeah, I hear 'em. Oh, the storm. They got to jump out. We got a group of guys running on our right.
Not gonna make it. Let's go out without me. Oh man. That was an epic fail, yeah.
Lost that one. Oh, come back to it next time.
No. All right, guys, we'll get the next round. How did you die? The gas.
How did you die?
The gas.
Oh no.
Yeah, I took out way too much health too fast.
Yeah, it does. I think it kills you quick. How'd you die the first time though?
Oh.
I know you got knocked out the first time. We went to get you and we got killed too.
Wow.
target practice while you can. We're deploying
Interesting. There we go. That was weird. Why's it doing that? Wow. It's so weird.
Done warming up. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
The real fight begins now.
All right, we got this thing. Come on. All right, let's throw it in, guys. Let's go, 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 go.
Battle Royale.
All right, where are we going?
Drop point for your team. You'll lead them in.
Where you guys want to go?
Gas is approaching your position.
I don't care.
Big Jam, go ahead and choose a location, sir. Go. I say hospital, sir. Jump it out. Go, go, go.
Oh, we have to shoot the alley, bro.
Eliminate all targets for the AO.
I will be the pilot.
Bunch of shotguns. I love the shotgun and all, but I think we're gonna stick with the AR class here, guys.
Bounty target identified. Slot the bastard.
All right, where'd you guys go? Jim's over there. Oh man, we're all split up. Okay, be careful.
Well, I can come to you.
How's everybody so far, Jay? What game is this? We're playing Warzone right now, guys. Warzone. Xbox Live is still broken. That's good. All right, that's good. Yeah, surprisingly, right? Even for me, bro, my game is running perfect on freaking PC. Oh, no wonder I'm playing 60 FPS. Whoops. What if I change it? Hold on. No wonder it's running smooth. But you know what, though? It is running smooth, so I can't complain. Wait. I have it set to 120. I got it. I got V-Sync on. There we go.
I had already hopped out of the.
Sure, what happened?
They blew me up.
Your teammate has entered the gulag. Surviving earns them redeployment.
All right, Jay, be careful, bro. I'm camping. I ain't gonna lie. Oh man, it's so weird, right, bro? Remember back in the day we used to play Call of Duty all the time, bro?
Stand by.
What was that, like Black Ops and Modern Warfare 3 days? Jay, do you see anything by me?
Hold on, my headset's loud. Hold up.
Yeah, you good.
This what?
Bum 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 bum. There you go, Germ. Okay, you got the COVID. You're calling out vicious individual D's.
Good for me. No, no.
Careful, Jake.
Contact.
2 more.
Let's finish it. Contact.
We're out of time. Scrub the contract.
Come on, really? I'm done, bro, with these clips. Like, what are these modified low ammo ammunitions?
I guess so.
People can like spray at me, but then I feel like I shoot 5 bullets and I'm empty.
I know.
Man, come on, man. No way. Ticks me off. That's bogus, yo. F you, okay? I'm not gonna flick it, but I'm gonna F it.
The game is kind of annoying. I unloaded pretty much a whole clip of that one first guy that I had to reload, and his teammate in there and killed me.
That's how you do it! I'm coming back! Woo!
Ooh, give me a shotgun, yes.
Oh, what the hell?
Wow, camp in the corner, dude. Yeah, you're right.
Jared, what happened, bro?
Corner movie from me to come around. I hate that.
Yeah. Keep those headphones handy, bro.
Well, I thought we might good luck because the guy was. But I had all that money too. I had a bunch of money. Oh, there's a couple guns over there in my body too. Where I was at. Ooh, nice. That's a good one. Sucks I had a decent loadout and everything, but I like my gun. You definitely gotta switch the other gun out though. That gun sucks.
Enemy UAV overhead.
what they do some after the helicopter. Okay, they're back out again. That worked really well. Ooh, yeah, a fat stack. Wow, that.
Alright, I got almost enough to revive you guys. Hold on.
I hope you can find the guy that killed me.
Need some more money, guys.
Hell, that was a mob.
Loadout drop headed your way. Gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Watch yourselves here, guys. I mean, really, my loadout's alright. Okay.
Sometimes these windows are wooden.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Alright, let me think here for a second. We need money.
Proceed to the marked location and secure the area.
Alright, let's stay alive here, guys. We just gotta stay alive just a little longer. We're in the circle, so I ain't worrying about it. And we're about to get the claymores back. Oh yeah, let's just go easy with it, guys. Need more money. Where's the other, We're gonna hold it down. 28 players and I'm by myself. Do me a favor. Press the, show me the shop center. I think it's Alt. Pretty far away. Alright.
Yeah, it is.
Alright, not only that, I don't have enough yet anyway. I kill somebody along the way. I might as well yell away. Why just sit here? I am in a good spot though. I got claymores everywhere. Hmm.
Somebody goes to that building, they might though, so that's good.
Alright, nice and easy, guys.
You can slam the door or shut the door and just like slam it as loud as it possibly can. And
Gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Alright. Point that out to me again one more time.
oh, right in the middle.
That is a depth trap.
Gas is moving.
There's no
Grab the contract. It's
There.
over.
Might be a little.
I don't know, man. I should try it, but I'm scared to risk it. How far is it again? This way?
Yep, by the hospital.
Oh man, right where we started originally.
Where?
Being tracked by an enemy team. Stay sharp.
Oh, now you need to see that suck. Yeah, you probably would have moved. What sucks about being hunted is you're actually spotted on the map, so they know exactly where you're at.
Oh man, the circle's about to get super small too.
At least they're not getting close to you yet, so that's good.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
When you get to 3 lines, you got to be red.
Oh, they don't see me yet?
Yeah, they're not close to you yet. They're kind of far away. Ooh, nice. Oh man, I wish I was in there. That gun sucks.
Yeah, I hate that.
The reload takes forever.
Oh, I want to get you, man. But they're watching that area too.
Okay, let's see if there's anything close to here. There's one right there, not too far.
This is dangerous.
Yeah, there's a few teams. I think one of the sniper. I seen him shoot from like a roof. Oh yeah, nope.
They're desperate, man.
Yeah, they just camped that loadout too. Oh, now you got the storm's coming too, so yeah.
Come on, really? Wow, 2 shots, bro? I'm done. Like, what is it with this? Like, I don't see how that was 2 shots. I had full armor and health. Unless it was a semi sniper rifle, but it seemed like an AR to me.
Yeah, I think they are.
Man. I don't like that, bro. It got me because I had to go for some. That's all really they got me. How the hell you quit this damn thing? I don't want to sit here and watch them. I don't want to watch them for it.
The bad thing is they camped the
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I would do it too, but yeah, man. I went to that one because it was near the gas. I kind of figured it was safer than the other one, but I guess not. All right. Oh my god, I keep clicking the damn store. They put that there on purpose. Oh yeah, I think he got off. Holy macaroni. Oh god, they're so close. This is hard to get number 1. This ain't Fortnite. Fortnite players definitely don't come to Warzone. Unless you like to play with bots and get easy wins and hide in bushes. And build buildings to the top and survive, luckily. Alright, well,
yeah, my gulag, I had that shotgun, the automatic shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
The guy I was playing against, he just camped around the corner, just waited.
Wow. Really?
Wow, he didn't even move. Yeah, he just sat there right around the corner, right from his like spawn point. He just stayed there. So I ran around the corner. He was right there, and he shot me twice. And...
Wait, you're Ghost Dragon, right?
Yeah.
Why does it always show Ex Boricua every time I add you? Like, that's story. The heck?
I don't even think he plays this game anymore.
Yeah, but literally, like, I click on you, and then, you know, when you click players, it shows their name.
Oh, yeah?
For you, it shows Boricua. Wow.
Wow. I guess I changed my name.
It's like a Blizzard issue, and it's been doing that for a long time, too. Like, I've seen that for quite a while.
Yeah, I know there's some people on my list does that too sometimes.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, it's just a whole... It's one of their matchmaking issues, I think.
Yeah.
Cause I know their matchmaking sometimes is all screwed up.
Oof.
That plunder, I've always wanted to try that plunder, but it looks kind of dumb because all you do is just try to make the most money that you can make and try to last.
Oh, not good.
What happened to the other guy that we were playing with?
I think he got off. Probably has something he had to do real quick.
Dang. So he left us in the middle of a match. Like, I'm out. We should get Thomas on here, but he can never figure out how to add us. We can't get him to add either.
Yeah, I think he's trolling us.
Probably.
Oh, he doesn't even have Call of Duty.
Probably not. Yeah, because I've added him several times and he keeps saying the same thing. Oh, there's an error adding him.
Wow. I'm looking at this meme right now. This guy at the store puts like his Pepsi, whatever, in a bucket, carries it over. And the guy puts the money in the bucket and carries it across so they don't go 6 feet over. Wow.
I can't believe that's actually running good. Wow.
Huh?
I can't believe my game is actually running.
Yeah, that's amazing, bro. It is amazing. All right, let's do this.
Even though it's private.
Dude, what the heck? Like, when I don't play or I'm not on nobody's on. But the minute I'm about to go offline or say I can't play anymore, everybody's like, "Hey, what's going on?" It's like it's crazy. Yo, what's going on, boy? How are you? Oh my gosh! Right.
Did you change your loadout again back to the normal one or what?
Honestly, dude, my loadout's been whatever it's been. It's crazy. I think the only I still got some custom loadouts I haven't even like edited yet. Most of mine were just for like regular multiplayer, so I still got RPGs because you know I love to RPG and cyber attack. That was it. Yeah, I know. I don't remember which one I made for. I think this one was my Warzone. Yeah, you know what? Let me rename these actually. So I'm gonna rename these to Warzone 1. Maybe even put a hashtag.
Yeah, my 6 through 10, I haven't even edited them. It's just whatever was there.
Right.
But I usually use my first one, which is the AX50 and a P90.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Unbelievable. All right, well, let's do this again. And I don't even know who some of these people are. All right. Let's do it.
So we'll probably get some random.
Probably.
Wonder why my NAT type changed to moderate on here now.
It's moderate? Probably your PC. This game is very weird for moderate. Like, you gotta really make sure. What I learned is, bro, just buy a different router. Like, I never used a company router. Every time I use like a cable company router provider, always problems, bro. Always got port forwarding issues or NAT issues. I literally, when a cable company comes over and I'm like, look, don't give me your garbage. Just activate the internet. I got the rest. And they look at me like, what?
Yeah.
Like, I ain't got time for that. Like, I don't want that garbage. Like, I don't want. Well, we got a level 1 on our team. What the?
Oh wow.
No. No, we don't have a level 1. I don't believe it. Let me grab me a drink while we're loading in.
Okay.
Get yourself sorted. We'll be deploying shortly.
No, we have to survive. We have to survive. Oh gosh, I'm gonna get shot at.
What? It broke his armor only with the shot to the face, okay. Well, he headshotted me all that. Hey, but, dude.
Probably all PC players. Hey, this was one of the Spec Ops story mode.
Dude, I never did finish that. I got a crossbow. The most useless weapon.
Warm up's done. Time to kick us off.
I like how that guy said like he's. He's not even getting no pack unlocks from the shot because the last one I was playing, I was getting pack unlocks crazy.
Yeah, right. All right. Well, let's get this next round and let's get this Brendan actually do this thing. Where are we going?
Be advised, gas is closing in.
Airport's pretty cool. Hospital's way down there. I don't know, wherever you want, bro. Or I don't know what this guy's doing.
I like where he went the last time.
All right, let's go. Jump, 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 go, go, go. I see you. What's going on, Bori? How are you? How's everything going? Oh, there you are. Now you're in the right one. You were in the other one last time. Okay. How's everything going? Hello. I gotta take that out with Nightbot. Did you get there?
Not yet, but I'm trying.
Speaking about that, boy, I do have a quick question. Does you know who plays this too or no? Oh gosh, we got armor plates. Oh gosh, come on, give me a weapon. Give me a weapon.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh man, just a bunch of broken doors. Oh man, I need to get that chest wherever it is.
There's the device.
This is bad. Nothing but pistols. Got some cash. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hey, what's their do they play it on the PlayStation or Xbox? I want to add them. See if they want to get on. Do they have this game? I know they have this game. Holy crap! Scared the crap out of me, bro. Holy dear jeez Louise, man.
You scared me too. I heard somebody walking around here like
you know I play a lot of scary games, bro. Only got a pistol though. This pistol is not gonna cut it. PlayStation here, sleep. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Okay, cool. When you can, just send me a message. Let me know what their gamer tag is. Oh my gosh. How are you today? How are you doing with this whole quarantine thing going on with the world? Who's being hunted? Our teammate's being hunted right now.
He ran away from us too.
Assault rifle here.
What? What? 5 months in a row. Look at that. Thank you so much for that sub. Hey, welcome to the squad again. It's nice to have you back aboard. Absolutely. Sorry, bro. I had a sub. My bad. Thank you. Oh my god. My first sub today. Made me so happy.
Body armor.
Appreciate it. Body armor. Oh. Yo, I really need a weapon. I'm still rocking a freaking pistol. What am I gonna do with this thing? See what I'm gonna do. Here we go. There we go. I'm finally getting some things. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. Thank you. You're welcome. I know. Appreciate it so much. It's so good.
Trophy system deployed.
No, but seriously though, it's good to have you back though. I'm glad you're glad you really stopped by. I really do. It's awesome. I remember we used to hang out all the time on the other platform. Yo guys, we ain't alone here, man. We need to watch ourselves. Is he okay?
Closing in.
Yeah. So what's been going on? What's new? Like, we've been getting a lot of familiar faces back.
I'm gonna go buy a loadout, but there's gunfire over there.
Yeah, be careful. Oh, was it? Oh, there was. Yeah. Dude, what's up with this guy? Is he a bot, bro? Like, look at him. And then his name too. Like, well, he is hunted, so maybe he doesn't want to move.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
I have no idea, bro.
It's almost over there.
Evaded the enemy track. Good work.
And then he moved when he's not hunted. Let me watch his movement, bro. Hold on. I'm curious. Are there bots in this game? No, he's not. He's not. Not moving. Oh my god!
Okay.
Oh wait. He's moving.
Cancel movement.
Oh no, bro. He kind of moves like the AI. No, he's a player. Yeah, I don't think an AI would do all that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Unless that's some advanced AI.
Do you want to go with me over to the loadout?
Yeah, let's go get that shenanigans. Well, where the hell is it?
It's like
Where is it? Do you see this? Oh my gosh. I'm glad that you hit the share resub though, because that way it shows it in chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, man. Yeah, but the viz.com, like I was saying earlier, bro. You know, like that, because what's happening is the plugin that they're using relies on Flash or whatever, like a little bit of, or not with Flash, with the MPAPI, whatever the crap. I guess Google is disbanding it.
Ooh, man, that sucks.
So that's gonna really make it, yeah, that oh gosh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on, stand out of the way. Anybody out there? Oh dear jeez. Watch your back. There's one down there, careful.
I see movement.
There's 3 over there on that side. I weaken them up a bit. Oh! Yo, watch the bottom, bro.
Claymore set.
Watch it, they're out there.
Yeah. Are they on the roof?
No, they're at the building across from us.
Ow.
You know what? I got an idea. Marked one for ya. I'm marking them, don't worry.
I see him now, but
they got me. Yeah, there's 2 over there, so watch it.
Wow, how did he even see me? What the heck?
Stay there. The hell? Seriously? Wow, there's like this weird railing up there. He's gonna try to snipe me. Shoot, watch your step when you get out there.
There was some garbage. I wasn't even peeked out there and he's still had.
Watch it, they're out there.
Wow.
Dang it, man. Come on. What the hell is our teammate doing?
He's not doing anything.
I hate that we can't do anything on the ground.
I know.
Whatever, bro. This dude's trash. Oh, at least we get a chance to come in. I forgot. I almost left. I forgot about that.
Oh, come on. Whatever.
Eh. We get lucky in this game. Ooh, shotgun?
You're done here. Sort them out or capture the objective.
I get this stupid pistol.
Now I'm coming back in. I'll get you a revive. Did you die?
Yeah.
I need you to call the store out for me. I can't see, bro. Then again, I do want this custom loadout.
Yeah, it's dark there. They just kept selecting me every time I peek. That's the only thing I think is sucks about this game, man. They just, when they see somebody, they just have their camp until they
Yeah, it's all good. Just keep me posted, bro. Oh, I lost my money. Oh, come on. Yeah.
You get part of it back, but you don't get all of it.
Yeah, I lost a lot. I had like 9,000. I only got like 1,500 right now. Wow, whatever, man.
I had a bunch too. I had over 10,000.
Come on! What the hell? Oh my god!
Teammate at?
Oh, why am I shooting single fire? Like, oh my god, this game.
Would have helped if the TV would have been next to you.
Yeah. I'm not watching these dummies. Alright, I'm leaving. Patience away. Right, well, let's level up. Look at it, my CPU just spiked to 96%. Why? That's stupid. Fix your damn game. AAA Activision developers, man, and they're like, they want to be so stingy and like pull their game off on like on certain things because they're so greedy for their money. That's crazy. That's why I'm finding alternate methods anyway. So I can still play this game on my mobile right now if I want to. I found a better way to do it.
Yeah, I tried, but man, controller sucks.
And I'm trash with the controller, bro. But you know what though? Like, I'm starting to think like these people with controller are getting lucky, bro. Like their shots, I watch like their gun. You can tell there's like a string pulling their weapon towards a player, saying, "Come this way, follow my lead." And like,
yeah, it's like once they pull the left trigger, they lock onto the target. It just follows that target.
Well, it's not like auto aim, but the assist is a bit too strong. I feel like they need to weaken it a bit, but they did that intentionally. So
because I've seen quite a few players with controller play it.
They get lucky.
When they pull the aim down sight trigger, it just like locks right on that target until that target is
Well, that's like when I snipe. When I used to use the controller in Call of Duty. Don't get me wrong, I was always Call of Duty controllers for the longest time. This is the first Call of Duty I've actually went mouse and keyboard. But like, I used to sit there and like if you hard scope and you'll feel the scope move a bit, letting you know that there's a player. So it's like your aim knows the player is there before you actually see the player. So that's why there's aim assist, so that way it assists with the aim because it's not precise. So that's why the aim assist is in the play.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love this, bro. People come in sometimes and they're just like, how'd you go, or what they say? How you do this? How do I get my game go live? Hey, hi to you too. Welcome. How are you? Whoa, hey, what's your username? What time zone are you from? Are you surviving the outbreak? Nice to meet you too. Jeez, people come in with questions like, that's annoying. I don't know.
Yeah, they kick people to the lobby too. That's one thing I hate about their lobby system. It's like broken.
Yeah, it really is. It really is, bro.
Every time I back out, I get kicked out of the party.
Big time.
It says leave game, so I click leave game, then it leaves the whole party and everything.
That's new. I've never seen that one before. Thank you. Ah, that's what those are. Yeah, that's true, bro. Wait, what happened? Did you get kicked out or something?
But I left the match.
It still says you're Boricua, man. I didn't know you were Boricua, bro. You speak Spanish? Okay. Okay.
I wish they would fix this stuff, man. There's so many.
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk to Bori about that. I think he hacked your account, bro. He put his name in your bio.
Because he don't want to play it no more, so he has to get leveled up somehow.
Yeah, like I don't mind the Call of Duty. I like it. I think what really intrigues me about this is the crossplay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I know I can train about the aim assist, or contrain about the aim assist. What the hell is that? I know I complain about the aim assist, but honestly, dude, not so much when I'm live, but like even offline when I do play this, I play with people on consoles for the most part. I don't really. Most people on PC play it, but most of the PC players kind of got their own deal going on. But yeah, like my friends, my brothers, they all be on Xbox, or you know, I got people on PlayStation, and we'll sit there and we'll play games together. It's like, it's cool because like most of the time they're console players playing this.
Yeah.
And honestly, bro, there was a big controversy about like rumor has it about controller or about competitions with this game, and if that's the case, people were complaining about how mice and keyboard is, you know, quicker response time or whatnot, but the aim assist is just unreal. Like you can get lucky.
Overbalances with the aim assist because the aim assist is more powerful than your flick of the wrist.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And what I found out too earlier when I was playing on my Xbox, my account goes over to that too, which is really cool. So I don't have to like start all over.
Wow, really?
Because I was actually playing on my account on here.
Yeah, Bory's on Destiny 2 right now. I still gotta finish that game. I forgot about that.
I haven't even played it since I had to delete it because I had a big room for another game when my hard drive was all messed up.
Mm-hmm.
And I never did reinstall it.
Oh.
So, but I did get the game we were talking about earlier. I got that reinstalled again. The Bleeding Edge.
Okay, well that's good. That's good.
So we could try that out sometime.
Yeah, no, honestly, I almost went live with that earlier. But I thought about it. I saw you on Dead Island. I ain't gonna lie. And then I had a couple people all talking about they were ready to play some Warzone. And yeah, I did have a squad at first, but they all kind of left. I was like, dang.
They dipped on you pretty quick too. I see like what 2 matches.
Yeah. Well, the one I know you had to go to work, but the other one I'm like, bro, you're laid off right now. You're because of the quarantine. Like you don't have to go to work. Man, people got lives. I'm not gonna like force people. But it's funny because like these people blow me up, bro. And some of them I know in real life, so they blow me up in the DMs talking about, dude, like every time you go live, you don't play with us. I'm like, okay. And then when I play with them, look what happens.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have a conversation with these guys later. Like, yo, you guys were on my case talking about I don't invite you guys. I'm too busy with my viewers, and or you're too good to play with us, and I play with them, but then they only want to do a match or two, and they gotta go.
Yeah, we gotta go. Oop.
Yeah. Yeah, that Escape from Tarkov though. I was watching a streamer play it, and I got to see a little better input about the game. It looks okay, man, but man, I don't know, man. $40. Ugh.
And the thing that annoys me most about that game is the sound effects of the footsteps. They're just so cringy sounding. Every time you step on rocks, it's just horrible though. You think the footsteps are loud in this game? You just hear those. If you step on steel, it sounds like you're stepping on steel, but it's like echoing through the whole building, so everybody can hear where you're at.
Right.
So that's the only thing I don't like about the game, but of course it's more realistic that way, so you have to be really quiet, otherwise you're going to be spotted and found.
It will be okay. Honestly, we'll be okay.
They had just like a free trial or something of it, like a free weekend one time. Try it out, that'd be so much nicer.
Yeah.
But I doubt they'll ever do that because I haven't seen one yet with that game.
Bro, I've been slacking on Grand.
I haven't even been on there.
Bro, I've been slacking. I became high command, right? I became a head helper. And it's funny because I had the one like high up admin talk to me, and they're like, hey, you know, we don't want to, you know, give you like these extra promotions if you're not wanting the extra responsibilities, or if you feel like you can't do it or don't want to do it. I'm like, yeah, it's cool, you know. And then here I am, not even playing now. They're probably gonna say like, oh, I thought, you know, I don't know, bro. GTA, I don't know, bro. Don't get me wrong. I like the server. It's just the GTA 5 in general. It's like, I like the concept of it, but it's not like San Andreas, bro. I wish it was like San Andreas. Yeah, the graphics are there, but honestly, the roleplay is so different. Like, everybody's always getting kidnapped and stuff. I'm not really feeling that kidnapping.
Yeah.
Like, that kidnapping's kind of annoying. Like, one time I got kidnapped to a store. I was like, really? Oh my god. Wow. Oh, that's you. Behind you, bro. No! You son of a biscuit!
I didn't see anybody. Oh man, there's so many pings up there right now.
Enough practice. Time for the real thing.
Okay.
I missed the room.
Alright. Alright, Jay, I'm gonna let you call this one, bro. Where you wanna go? Last time we had the random called it or whatever. Half of these people are on, ooh, I like the FPS in the air, bro. We get good FPS up here. I don't know, bro. I got a GTX freaking 1080. I can't even like sustain high frame rate. I can when I have OBS closed. But once OBS is open, it farts on itself. Yeah, it's annoying, bro. I mean, I would love to make a second PC, but looking at the way streaming has been lately, I don't want to spend that money right now. I can't. Nah. And you know you can use like an old computer sitting in your house. You know you can use it as a router, right?
No, I didn't know that. Because my company don't let you use a store-bought router. That's gonna be way off.
Love how there's like nothing on these rooftops. Seriously. Oh, thank goodness. I got something. What you got, Jay? Anything good down there, bro?
I got a shotgun.
Stay alive with me, bro. Stay alive with me. Oh, medical syringe. Hell yeah, I'll take that.
There might be people near me, I'm not sure. Okay, this will be coming down towards me now.
That's interesting. I see Halo, Mr. Halo. Or Oblo. Yeah, he moves like a bot. Bro, I think there's bots in this game, bro.
It's possible.
Yo, we got this Oblo. Let's go. Let's see if he talks. Nope, he doesn't talk. He's a bot. The way he's moving. Oh no, bro. Oh wait, he's under fire. Oh shoot, we gotta help him. We gotta help him. No.
Oh, he killed him.
Oh, he did? Wow. Wow. Nah, maybe there is no bots. It's not confirmed yet, so I can't really. I'm gonna keep my eyeballs open. Ooh, look at that emote down. Look at you. Oh, God. Lord, yo, guess who's back in the chat? Do you see the chat?
I don't have it up.
Oh. Oh.
My second monitor is being weird right now. I don't know what the heck's going on.
Oh, yeah. I believe it. Yeah, no. Tornado Woody came in with the sub.
Oh, yeah, I see that, yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, man with pink hair. Man with pink hair. I'm gonna go with the bouncing Betty.
Are you on the roof?
Yeah, I'm on the rooftop. Yep. I'm on the roof. Am I missing something?
I was trying to find you. I was like, where you at?
Man, so many birds in this game. What the heck? Are they trying to be like Battlefield? Why does love always feel like a battlefield? Yo, oh, that's you below me.
Yep.
Alright, well, I'm trying to get things. I don't know, man. Oh, wait, there's money up here.
That person left the money up here? Why would you leave money up here?
I have no idea. Do you want a flash? It's not the Marvel, DC Marvel Flash, but it's Flash. Thank you, boy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Our teammate needs help, bro.
Enemy team is tracking your position.
Oh, Jay!
Oh no.
Contact.
At least the threat is.
Yeah, look at these big giant like turrets on top of this building, bro. We can't use them.
Give me.
Wow, they're just for looks. These would be nice to take out the choppers.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What a rip off. Alright, bro, we're gonna have to make a jump for it. You ready? Wait, where are we on the map? Well, eventually we're gonna have to go to the hospital. Where's that at? Yeah, where's the hospital? I marked it, didn't I? Oh, this way. How come I don't see it?
I'm moving.
Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna go to the side of this building here. I don't know what our teammate is doing, bro. He's weird. He's kind of spooky spookity. Yeah. Man with the tiger mask?
So the hospital over that mountain.
That emoji dude had what he said. It kind of reminds me of the what does the box say? Not that I'm singing that song, but alright, Jay, watch our back, watch our back. Oh, behind us.
Oh, threat number 3. So they're here.
Got one down. Nice job. You took them all down. Pablo down there going at it, bro. He's going at it. I give him like aerial support though, so they got distracted big time with that.
Yeah, our threats go down now, so.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
We got under a minute, so.
He's grabbed all the good stuff too. Oh gosh. Well, we're still in a circle, so we're good, you know.
Yeah, I just want that threat level to go down, so. We're not.
Yeah, I'm getting about 90, 100 FPS here. Changes when I turn my camera fast. Alright. But I'm okay with that. I'm getting better FPS in Warzone than I do regular multiplayer. What the heck?
55, 60. If I'm.
There's Thomas. Thomas, we were talking about you, bro. You lying to us, man? Man, what do you think? What do you think, Jay?
Thank you.
We need to get in the city, but be very careful about it.
Yeah, my FPS dropped.
Oh, to the right, to the right.
I see movement.
Careful. Yeah. What?
I switched my gun out and I lost it. What?
Sure, we all got fully loaded armor there. Ooh. Thomas keeps farting, man. You're gonna have to go grab him a big boy diaper.
13. I don't want to do 13. Let's see what's upstairs.
Contact. Find a vendor. Get you supplies.
Careful. I was shooting at him, but he was
Mark out. Moving.
I'm gonna go up here. Where'd he go?
I see movement.
Got him. Oh, behind us, behind us. Oh, rooftop. Get down, get down.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Alright, that was probably his teammate buddy.
Still trying to shoot me? Sucks too. I don't have a good. Actually has a scope or anything.
I don't want to waste my Betty. That's you. That's Ablo. Get back out here. Alright, armor plating, I think we're looking good. Hold on, let me give hold on, Ablo, let me get you an armor here.
Got that load out. It's so close to us.
Alright, I gave him an armor plate. Yo, our teammate's actually doing good, bro. Alright, watch yourselves.
I can't see nothing with this gun.
Contact.
Where are they at? You shoot us up.
Yeah, they're on top of the building. I marked them. Yeah, I weakened him. I got some hits on him. Couldn't do that with the controller, that's for sure. But I ain't got a sniper or nothing, man. This is just a regular AR. Oh shit.
Yeah, there's somebody at the bed too somewhere.
I see movement. Contact.
Watch it, they're at the hills too. I marked them for you guys.
Yeah, I just got shot at that guy.
Hold on, Jay.
Maybe we should go farther in town.
Yeah, where's the we're in the circle. We're like dead center. We're good. They're just trying to hold down hospital. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, there's a loadout right over there too. I'd like to get my loadout because I can't do this good.
Yeah.
I can't see anything with this gun. I don't have a scope.
Moving! Disregard nothing. Disregard nothing.
Hold on, let me get Halo Ablo. Here, Ablo, here's another armor plate.
Is it taking that long to pick them up?
I guess he doesn't need him? Is he a bot? Is he real? That's screwed, I'll take it. He does. I just wanted to make sure he didn't have low armor. Alright, well just watch ourselves. We're still holding it down. I suggested we can get like a bit to a building, it'd be better. I'm thinking like maybe over here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who's behind us?
Ah, what the hell?
I got you guys.
I'll stop the bleeding.
What hit us?
The plane.
In a building?
Yep.
That thing is OP. Wow.
Oh my god, I can't revive you.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you.
Get ready to move.
That is ridiculous. In a building. Wow, so you don't even. Wow.
They're coming in, they're coming in.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
One's behind me.
Why would you?
Got him. Oh, that's how you do it, boy. I'm busy. What? What happened? Hold on, hold on. I'm getting killed again. Dang it, man. My son got me again, bro. Come on, dude.
Oh, wow. I'm getting shot from behind. Wow, we're getting shot from.
Yeah, we should have been left this area. I don't know why we stood here. That's why I put a beacon out. My God, I got interrupted. Thanks.
Yeah, we shouldn't stay there, yeah. We should have.
Please keep clearing me while I'm playing the game.
Daddy, look.
I cannot hear you with headphones on.
This is the Gulag. Survive and you can redeploy.
Oh, don't mess with that.
While you wait, feel free to
Just let it do its thing. Leave it alone.
Why not?
find something to throw.
But don't swallow it. But just be careful. Well, at least I got a retry. Hey, man, it's the second time my son did that to me, man.
I know.
Oh, I hate being interrupted. Like, leave me alone, please.
You were doing so
When I'm in the zone, I'm in the zone. Like, I was getting double, triple kills, and you just come in talking to me. I can't hear you. All I hear is gunshots, gunfire. Oh. Yeah, I know, Thomas. It's all good, bro. Yeah, you got Speedy with you, Solid? Yeah, I got Jim, so we're not going to be able to match up, bro. My bad. I thought you were, like, solo.
Win here and you return to the front line. You lose,
I killed him.
the fight is over.
You did? All right, I'm going to try to... Hopefully I can...
Soldier.
It was so easy.
What you get? Boom! Smack him in the face. I gotta take out my anger on him. All right, where's my stuff? Hospital? Oh, this is dangerous.
Not the best sniper in the world.
Come on, give me my weapon already. Jeez, why does it take so long to...
Why is the weapon switching so trashy?
Yeah, I know. Oh my god, things get me killed in this game so much. Oh my god, this was a long climb up.
Yeah, it sucks we got peached on that.
Well, at least I'm holding down a rooftop, but you got... Man, really, all my money is gone, bro.
I got 2,800, so before we can buy the guy back. Okay, there you are.
Yeah, there's no point in going where we were because I know for a fact our stuff is gone. Well, you're kind of close to it, really.
You want to meet at the...
Wow, watch it, Jim. One in that building.
Yes, I see somebody. You're right.
Wow, hit markers for days, and I got no bullets. Oh my god. Oh wait, there's a chest. Oh, come on, I fell. Are you serious? I'm done, bro. Oh my god, like why can't I climb? This is really aggravating me. Whatever, man. Well, at least there's stuff in here, I guess.
Oh, I killed both of them.
Okay, why can't I grab the ammo from the gun?
I just went up on both those guys.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, Solid. Yeah. Too bad this is not a... They didn't have a 4-player battle royale. Why 3 players, bro? That's it?
I know.
Gay, bro. Like, come on. Like, you got solo and 3s. Like, who did that? Like, Apex did the same thing. Like, why would you not... You got your multiplayer groups of 6. Even your co-op spec ops is 4. What the hell are you doing with 3 players? This is... We don't need triplets. Oh, you guys are all dead?
I swear there's hackers in this game.
No, there is. It's a first-person shooter, and people with controllers, they use the
ran right up to me and knew exactly where I was at.
drop shot mods and stuff. Oh my god, I can't go through the doors? Okay.
Oh.
God.
And he just walked right up to me and shot. Like he knew exactly where I was at. Like, really? How do you know? I had so much money too. I had like 4,000. We could have got both.
Yeah, I don't have no more money.
If he could go back to where I was at, get my money back.
Nah, it's gone. They definitely grabbed it.
Gas is moving in. You
Yeah, I know we could kill him. Don't need him.
Only 20 players still? Oh my god, what's with the freaking aim in this game? Come on!
Drop headed your way.
That's annoying. I'm done. I'll go out the other way. Stupid lucky. Honestly, how come I don't get freaking aim assist? People shooting everywhere. I need bullets. Oh my god, dude, I got two-shotted. Get out of here with that. That garbage, dude. But on his screen, he sprayed the hell out of me. Look at this, hip fire, aim assist. Keep using your damn controller. You ain't nothing. Damn, dude. This is my freaking hell, man. I tried to switch weapons. I want to switch weapons.
Oh wow.
I know, right, Alexander? Yeah, he do need to go to bed, but now with this quarantine, everybody's awake. Ain't no school. Yeah, that's it, GG. Oh god. Bro, where does it show my kills?
At the end, after it shows all the stats and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I only got 5.
We went off.
My god.
I only thought I had 3 kills, but I got 5.
I just don't understand why I'm not making it in like the top 3. It's crazy. Try not to get too aggravated. I'm enjoying it, but I'm hating it at the same time.
It's funny playing with it.
Yeah. I know, I'm about to straight dog some of the people that be trying to tell me to play with them. Especially after the stunt they've been pulling, talking about play with them. Like, yeah, okay. Y'all ain't gotta go to no job, no work, no nothing, no responsibility. You ain't gotta pay no bills because there's a lot of leverage between mortgages and bank loans and finances and insurance companies. They're all working with the consumers due to this outbreak. Everybody's talking about they can't get on the game. Get out of here.
Yeah, and plus everybody that's
like
working or that's out of work right now is going to get like $1,000 a month for the next.
Yeah, honestly, bro, that's stupid. I'm not gonna say no to free money, but it's still stupid. I don't see the point of it. I don't see what it's gonna do. It ain't gonna do nothing. People are gonna blow it on dumb things.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know, yeah, it'll help people go shopping and stuff. Like the ones who actually do know how to like budget their spendings. Like I like the people who actually uses like the Google spreadsheet and make like a budget planner, or like people that just take like a notebook and a piece of paper and a pen and just write down their budget and finances and what their spending limits are. People don't do that nowadays. Everybody just free spends, like free roams. They just go to the store and spend freely. Like there's no calculations. There's no like goal. Like they walk into a store, they don't even make a shopping list. They just shop. And that alone will make you spend more than what you went there for. You go, hey, I just need a gallon of milk, and you walk out with like a full shopping cart because, oh, this is on sale. Oh, this is clearance. Oh, look at this. Oh, I do need that as well.
Sounds like one of my brothers. He does.
Yeah.
They go to the store to buy a few things, and they end up with 3 shopping carts full of about $300 to $400 worth of food like that they didn't need. Like, wow.
Yo, sweet tea sounds pretty good. I like where Thomas is coming with that though. Oh, did you see the new thing that Twitch is doing? They have a thing now when you're offline. You can. I'm gonna have to add like a little trailer, like a little video trailer. I don't see the point of it. Like I get it, but this is not YouTube.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of those like social sites you be going to, they be trying to say, hey, well, make a video of your profile. Like, hey guys, welcome to my Twitch page. Currently, I'm offline, but if you like more information about me, check my bio section and also check my streaming schedule for the days that I am live and the times that I go live. If you're curious to see what type of games we play, be sure to check out our Discord down below there in the description, and we'll see you guys there soon.
That's what it sounds. That's what. Wow, that'd be just If you can't scroll down, then I guess they don't need to find that then, right?
Well, the cool thing is though, is like now when I'm offline, you can actually add some social links. So that's kind of cool. You're only limited to 6 though. That's actually pretty cool. So when I go offline, I'll have you check it out. That's not bad. I did like that idea. So you could do a video trailer, you could do social links, and you can do what was the other one? There was a third option. Oh, you can actually add a stream schedule. Like it's like a slideshow. So like the slideshow will show you video trailer, your social links, and then your streaming schedule, which I think you could put like which game you're gonna play, at what time, and with how many hours.
Oh, cool.
Which is not bad. It's kind of cool. But like I try to tell people before, I try to keep a strict schedule. Honestly, dude, it ain't worth it. I'm just a casual streamer. I'm not sitting here. I don't have a manager telling me like, hey, Tuesday we're gonna need you to play this game for this amount of hours. You know, I don't do that. So I give up on that. Now, if things get, I don't know, bro. Honestly, I don't know if you noticed, but streaming is like, it's different now. Yeah. I miss 2014 to 2017, maybe a little bit of 2018, but after that, dude, streaming went down. It's so saturated now. Like too many people go live now. It's a thing for everybody. Everybody do it. Even people I would have never imagined to live stream because I know they're not a people's person. They're live streaming. So it's the accessibility. Like anybody can access it now. It's so simplified. Like your phone, your laptop, your computer. You don't need a high-end rig anymore. You don't need anything, bro. Like you can literally just go live.
Well, like Dr. Disrespect, he's kind of one of those people that don't seem like he's really social.
No. He's he does his own thing. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a great guy. He knows what he's doing, and I give him thumbs up. I like what he does is the way to do it. You know, he built a character for himself. 1, bam, good going. 2, he has that personality. He has his scenes, and it's not all gameplay. You know what I'm saying? Like, he knows what he's doing, and that's like another streamer I watch. He's not really big, but he actually has like a profession in like announcing. Like he used to do like, I guess like sports games or something. So you could tell he has like that announcer voice, like, all right, guys, currently we're going to be heading into this direction. We're switching lanes right now. We don't know what's going to happen. And here he goes, and oh, I just got it. Like, you know, he talks like an announcer. So he's great at that. So he is a people's person. So he has that way. He has that connection with intellectual communication skills. I don't think nobody should not stream. I mean, I think it's a great thing that everybody can stream, but sometimes, bro, I go into channels and I'm just sitting there like, when they don't talk, no webcam, no talking, I'm just like, why are you live?
Yeah.
Why are you clogging up the live streaming platform? Why are you making it harder for the guy below you to who's working so hard? He's got a webcam, he's got gaming, he's talking, he's probably like talking nonstop because a lot of these streamers will lie to you saying, oh, stay active and stream every single day and don't stop, keep streaming. That's not what you need to do. Hey, welcome back to Netable. Yeah, it's not what you need to do. You remember me, bro, how I used to do it when I went streaming. I know what I need to do. I just don't got the time. And even the time that I do have, I'm usually out doing something, so I'm busy. Like, I can't focus on the screen for like consecutive amount of hours anymore like I used to. Before, I could stop what I was doing, not go out and go anywhere and do anything and stay home because I was making money. It was fine. Now I gotta like squeeze streaming into like what I'm doing and whatever, you know?
Yeah.
But I love streaming, bro. I've been doing it since what, 2014? Like, I don't want to just stop. You know what I'm saying? Like, I enjoy it. Like, it's a passion. I think it's everybody's passion, to be honest. But I think at one point I was planning to go crazy with it, you know. But at the point to now, streaming feels like a freaking job, bro. You see me, I'm always troubleshooting. I gotta fix trick spot. I gotta, you know, I'm trying to look through Discord, and I know there's gonna be sacrifices I would have to make, and I just haven't made some of them yet. I don't know. I like that emo, by the way. You got me looking like Albert Wesker.
Your glasses lean in on the side.
Got my glasses bent. Food does sound good. Food does sound good. What the heck was I talking about? But no, honestly, so there is one thing I want to do. I just need somebody who can do it. I could go to like Fiverr or whatever and find these like artists who would do something for me, but I think I want like a more personal connection with. Or just farty. That's just weird. Why would you do that? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's it, bro. We need to get some freaking kills. I'm tired of these players getting so lucky. No wonder I see YouTube videos of people saying uninstall or rage quit, and it's like the type of depths that I'm getting is like how, why, where. You got me doing all the W's. You got me going who, where, when, how, why, what. Like what the?
Well, did you see how I got killed? I got shot from the back and the front. Like, wow.
Yeah, let me see if I can get us a third, bro. Like, I don't get it. Like, I'm done. Like, I swear,
Solid still want to play?
I told who?
Solid.
Nah, Solid's with Speedy right now. I can't invite them because there's two of them. Yeah, they're doing Warzone too. So, well, for Speedy, it shows me he's playing Warzone. Yeah, they're both on Warzone together. Unfortunately, what's Clipper doing? Yeah, everybody's on Warzone, bro. Nobody plays regular Modern Warfare no more.
I know.
Dude, I want to do Google Stadia so bad, but I'm scared to take that jump. Like, they don't even have that many games to be honest, and a lot of them are like, I could just play this on my computer.
Yeah, and after I seen what the issues they had, I was like, I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, $300 is a bit steep, bro. I'd rather pay $5 a month or something like that, but for $300, that's
yeah,
it's too much. That's like subscribing to Tricks for $300. You know, whatever, how many months that is, whatever that is. I don't feel like doing math today. Usually I can, not today. I got too much in my head.
You get a whole year.
Yeah, well, you'll definitely get a year.
Game Pass for less than that. And you get hundreds of games there too. Even EA Studio you get cheaper than.
Why am I yawning? It's because I hit 4 hours. We can't go down like that, bro. No. We
were doing so good.
We're gonna definitely get that comeback.
Yeah, we started off so good. We had 5 kills each. Our teammate, I don't know how many kills he had because he quit early, but he probably had like 5 or 6 kills. And then we all just
definitely.
But mine was so suspicious where the first time I died when I got killed the first time and you brought me back. The guy knew exactly where I was at, like, really?
Yeah, I tried, bro. I sacrificed myself out there to get you back and resurrected, and it got me killed. Nah, seriously, let's get back in the grind. All right,
You know, I was coming back to get you back, and then I got killed. But I did get one headshot snipe, just blasted the guy in the face. He was down, but then his teammate came, and then somebody behind me came behind me, and I was getting shot from both sides. Like, I tried to hide, but it didn't work. But the one that makes me mad, though, is the guy that came in there and knew exactly where I was at. Like, really? You just walk into this building and know exactly where to go to.
Look at that. We're almost both the same level. What, 72, 73?
I know.
Oh, guess what? My son, I got him the GeForce Now Premium, whatever. Dude, all them games run good on his computer. His computer is, like, not the best. It runs games real good.
Right.
Well, I'm mad now. Huh?
6 hour.
No, yeah, well, I'm ready now, bro. I'm ready now. the hell is everybody at?
It's a midget. Oh, you coward with a rocket launcher. Gee, you're trash. Get some skill.
Wow, I'm over here shooting this guy. I realized the round was over.
I got RPGs in the back.
The game is actually surprisingly running great today.
I know, it's a shocker. It's shocking me too, because I'm actually not killing my PC. You get 90 frames of the play.
Gas is approaching your position. Move to the safe zone.
What? What? Oh my gosh, no way! What are we looking like here, guys? Oh my gosh! Look at that! Sub and a donation today. Wow, you're awesome, guys. Make sure you guys are checking out. Can I get a shout out for Bori, guys? Oh my gosh! Whoops! I don't even know what the destination was. Yo, what's the LZ? Oh, I think I know. The magnifying glass. Did you just say hourglass? Jay, are you feeling all right? What you want, bro? Pass that down, because I need to get on that level. Hourglass. Woo!
I had the glass part, right?
Yeah, you did. You did. You sure did.
Oh, I missed it. Oh, man, I missed it. Hold on.
Enemy!
I failed. That's the ladder thing. Can't climb the ladder, I swear.
Wow! Get out, dude. Dry garbage. Wow, he didn't even shoot me, bro. Got lucky with that one. Tell Bori they're fired? What? Why? Why? Bori came in with the sub today and donated $8 to the stream, guys. Because of Bori, we're gonna keep going live. Because actually, I was supposed to get off. Look.
Pay attention, you'll be out there soon. Get yourself sorted, you're up there.
Oh my god, I can't type it! Yeah, I can't, I tried. I got a pistol around here, Jay. I don't know if I can do it. Alright, guys, we gotta do it, Wow, no way, bro. Come on. Straight luck. Straight luck. Yeah, we've been on too long, guys. We haven't hit any of the goals. So usually at about 4 hours is usually when I get off. But hey, I'll stay live a little bit. All thanks to Bori, guys. Shout out to Bori for that one. Big time. I got you, Bori. I'm going to get you a cast. So shout out, guys. Make sure you guys are definitely following. Hold on. I can't even spell your name right. Bori, that's it, right? Forgot. Look at that. 207 followers? Okay. Okay. I can't today. My mind is... It's fried like fried chicken. Fried chicken. Oh my god.
Okay, we got 4,300 complete.
You got this, Jay. My faith is in your hands, bro. I got wrecked by the flag, bro. Watch your... Oh, that's your teammate. Never mind.
I almost killed somebody too, but I couldn't kill him because they're on the...
Yeah, look how smooth this game is running.
Ooh, don't. Can't be like...
Wow, Outlast. Look at that. You were playing Outlast. I think I do remember seeing you play that. That was a while ago. How long ago? It's been a while since you've been live, huh? Yo, thank you so much, by the way, for that. I really appreciate it. Which one did you do? Oh, wait, did you put your name? Why is it not showing your name? Oh, you didn't put your name. But it showed your name, though. I saw your name do it. I'm gonna hit replay, guys. Hold on.
Mark the target.
Guess it's not gonna replay. Now I gotta go look and. Did you want it to keep the donation anonymous? Hold on, let me check something here. Let me check my if my computer lets me.
Sniper rifle here.
You did put your name? Huh. It says from blank. I don't know why it says from blank.
Run. Get to the zone.
Yeah, I do see it here. I got you. Oh, what the heck? What just happened? Oh, I screwed everything up, man. Come on. Yo, I'm about to close this bot and reopen it up. Hold on. I screwed it up. God dang it. Well, TrickSpot needed to reboot anyway. We're gonna fix TrickSpot here, guys. Where the hell is my TrickSpot? Yo, what the heck? Oh, there we go. Driving me crazy up in here. Alright. Yo, we got some subs in the house tonight. We got 4 of the subs here? Yo, how many of the VIPs here right now? Let's find out. Ready? Bam. No, I shouldn't have done that. Well, it's a good thing I did that. Because right now we're gonna do this. Bam! 4 VIPs, yeah, I was right. Look at you guys. Okay, so let's go here. Let's click on this again. Right here. I need to edit this. Which ID is gonna be gotcha, should save. There you go. I got your name up there now. Okay, there we go. I wanted to make sure your name is up there. Bum, bum, bum. I have to charge my phone. 11%? No! My phone's always at 69%. Fired! Fired, fired, fired. Fired, fired. You are... I know you saw him. Ran out of ammo already? Oh, 20 bullets, no wonder. Yes. You might want to get out of there, bro. They know where you are. Good spot. Good spot. They know. Be careful. Easy. Oh, gas is coming inbound. Oh, you just be advised. Oh. Oh, Jim, no. Oh, you gotta put your sensitivity up a bit.
Dang.
No, Jim, you had one job. I'm just kidding. Hey, lie, Jay. Come on, bro. Oh, wait, that's our teammate? Well, let's see. Maybe our teammate pulled a clutch? What do you think? Oh, he got auto. Look, he has rapid fire. Look, he only has to tap it once and it like auto shoots or auto hits.
Wow, what the heck was that gun?
Look, there ain't no way he's tapping his controller that fast. Well, he's tapping that booty. He on it. He's smacking it. Right, come on, Squatch. You got this, bro.
Yeah, I got killed.
I know, I saw you, bro. You got wrecked. It's like your aim was like slower than him moving.
I know. I hit him a couple times, but man.
Yeah. That flag comes out way too fast. Oh, Squatch is dead.
Hard out there.
Lead the game.
God, man, that's done last 5 years.
Last too damn long. That's what it lasts. Way too long. Too quick,
You can
man.
stay on the other side of the map, but stunned if you can run.
Too quick. Oh, we got some more people on MC. Who's on? Too crazy. Usually. Oh yeah, too crazy. You know, hold on. I got us a third. He always wants to play. I got him. I would love to play with the other two guys, man, but we can't do Warzone. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of boo boo. Haven't said that in a while. That boo boo. Put a band-aid on it. You know what's weird, bro? Okay, usually I stream at 30 FPS, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when I stream at 60 FPS, everything runs better. Like, shouldn't it be the opposite? Like, lower resolution, lower FPS, lower bandwidth, lower bitrate, everything should be running better. Okay, so I've done a lot of research on the GTX 1080 Ti's, right? And there's one thing I learned about the card. If you don't use the full potential power of it, it runs like trash. So they do say run it at 4K or at high FPS, because if not, it doesn't run the way it should. It's actually true. I've tested it where if I put games on low settings and low whatever and I try to play it, it actually runs worse than it would if I put everything on max. How? Why? What? I don't get it. Yo, too crazy. You better get in here, bro. You know, somebody said they didn't get my invites earlier. Hold on. That's probably why I'm inviting people and they're not getting it, bro, because last time they said they weren't getting it.
Yeah, I think Xbox is having an issue, or maybe it's the communication between PC and Xbox, or PC and
yeah, could be. Wow, I just can't believe we have to Nobody in here, bro. It's been a while. It's nice to see our old members coming back. Like, I gotta do something, bro. I had to form our own team together. Like, remember we had whole TGS, bro? Oh man.
Oh yeah.
I was on top of it though. I ain't gonna lie. I remember I made a roster. We had a team and we had a fam chat, but it was a lot of work. I ain't gonna lie. Would I do it again? I don't know. It'd probably be only on Discord.
Yeah.
Speaking of Discord, I didn't rework it. Said I would. I know the game topics. I kind of just want to remove all of it. I want to keep the information, but I really need to redo my welcomes. Well, not the welcomes, the rules and info. Like, it's okay, but I want to make it look more like appealing, you know? Yeah. This has been there since I first had Discord. Announcements is cool. When I have important announcements, I try not to spam people's cell phones. In-stream announcements I have on there too for those that want to know when I'm live. But I don't have it set to at everyone. No wonder why nobody knows I'm live. Oh, I didn't even think about that.
My Discord, the only way I know you're live is my channel tells me.
Yeah, I feel bad now. So this is kind of useless. Who says I'm live? Which spot is this? Trick spot? Something. I forgot how I did this. My gosh, which bot? Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna join this dude's game and I'll be right back. Hold on.
Okay.
There's I.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, who you talking to, bro? Ignore my invites, bro. I'm a little heartbroken there.
Oh, I was trying to join.
Excuses, bro. I'm not a lady. I'm not your second, person. Like, you don't have to lie to me, bro. Nah, you're good. Yo, did my invites pull through, or did you just ignore them? Be honest. You ignored them. It's all good.
No,
all right, so.
I got them.
Wow, that's messed up.
Nah, I'm just joking with it. Nah, you're good, bro. You're good. All right, I'm gonna. Actually, I'll let you be the host. Hold on, give me a second. Let me bring somebody in here. You about to Warzone it up? Yeah, you're about to Warzone up. You ain't got a choice. All right, give me a second.
Yeah, that last round, man, it was bad.
Yeah, did you get it, Jay?
Yeah, I got it. These invites work. I don't know if it's...
Dude, I don't remember. Jay, this is, Oh, bro, your name is different on here. What the hell's your name here? Too Crazy. And, Too Crazy, this is J13 Jim. This is one of my Twitch moderators. It should be nice to him. He'll give you the band hammer through the screen from Twitch all the way over here to,
I have the hammer.
Hey, Triggs, you can call me Jay if you want. If it makes it
It's
easier.
okay, bro. No real names, no real IPs, no real locations, no real whether you got the coronavirus and you quarantine yourself or you're trying to intentionally infect the entire world. That's completely your discretion. I want nothing to do with it. Never heard a thing. Me don't speak in English.
I can't even
How do
hear
I
him.
switch it to Warzone?
It's like a switchblade, bro. All you gotta do is just flick it with the wrist.
How do I get the chat to work? What the?
Oh, right here. That's how it is.
Yeah. I used to play that one mini game where it's called ball tapping. All you gotta do is flick that wrist, bro. Like flick it.
Okay, so which boost one is the best one?
Give me 1 second. Jay's on Discord, but he can hear you in game. You can hear him, right, Jay?
No, I can't.
You can't hear him?
I can't hear him now.
Oh, hold on, too crazy. Hold on, because we need voice chat with this, all of us, so we can all hear each other. Let me see what's going on with Jay's end real quick. Hold on. All right, Jay, what's going on with the team game chat? How come you can't hear? What's going on?
I have voice chat enabled.
All right.
Volume is at 100.
Okay, hold on. Go to options. Go to audio. Scroll down. Okay, voice chat's at 100, right?
Yep.
All right. The weird thing about this is, well, what do you have voice chat set to? Is it mute everyone except party or enabled?
It's enabled.
It's enabled. Okay.
I've been having this issue for quite a while. I don't know what happened because I used to mute everybody that was not in the party because I didn't want to hear their toxic.
Oh, I hate the toxicness in this game. It's annoying. I got it. Same here, except for party. Your Windows settings. If you go to your speaker icon, right click, open sound settings. Are you following me?
Yeah.
Okay, where it says choose your input device, what do you have?
Okay, maybe that's what it is.
Was it switched?
No. It just has my microphone as different, but my speakers are.
Okay, yeah. So your output will be your speakers. So whatever you want the game sound or whatever, and then your input will be for your microphone, pretty much.
Okay, it's on my speakers, and
now we can do it the easy way. To the right where it shows related settings, I want you to click sound control panel. Click that for me.
Sound control panel. Okay.
When you have that open, you're probably gonna see a bunch of Mojo Jobo. Like me, oh god, that's so much like properties because I use a lot of like remote streaming crap, and virtual audio cables and bull shenanigans. So your headphones are obviously your primary, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have anything else connected as like a communication device, or did you set your headphones both? Like you want to make sure both are clicked with set as default and set as default communication device.
Okay, that might be what I changed because I do have voice meter set up as.
Voice meter is so weird. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Try to switch it.
Let's see if that actually helps. Okay, I got it all set up the same way.
And same for your output too, for your input device. I mean, for your microphone. That might be why your voice chat won't work in game. Can you hear us now, Jay? Hello, testing. Hey.
Yeah, I can hear it now. Yep.
Okay, Jay can hear us now in the game. I had to help him set up real quick. I guess I'm not that much of a noob. I was able to help him out in a matter of 30 seconds. Look at that. Would say I got 5 on it, but it took 30. It does. Voice meter does. Yeah, we're good, Jay. We're good. Ready whenever you are, bro. Let's go. Let's go clap some booty. I mean, kick some butt cheeks and yeah.
Shoot some people.
Yeah.
You live streaming right now?
Yeah. I need a good run, man. You gotta make it look good. You're gonna carry us, right? Left shoulder, right shoulder, cause yeah. I know. You haven't benched in a while, but you got this, bro. Come on. Man. I guess Xbox players are having like live issues or something. So I had issues. I kept getting disconnected, so I had to like switch from Xbox to PC again because just wouldn't do it.
What was it? The other day they had a maintenance shutdown on this game.
That explains it. Well, they got the nice keyword beta to protect itself, so we can't really complain.
Maintenance meaning hack.
Mm-hmm. No, the Blizzard was hacked. Yes,
There's a maintenance.
but not Call of Duty.
Right now. So I was like, alright.
Thomas is like, what the deuce? Yeah, I love that command. It's so funny. I love hearing Lil Stewie.
Yeah, I like it too. That's why I had to do it.
Bro, if I had the finances to do it, bro, I swear to you guys, I would have animations for all the sound alerts.
That's lucky, bro.
And maybe even get them customized. Like, maybe make the farts more wet, more moist onto the screen, you know?
Japanese thing.
Wait, what is it? What are you talking about?
Anime. Oh, I was talking to my friend. He bought this pink skin thing from the.
Pink. Okay, I'm digging it. Okay, got the Plink Flamingo game going on. All right.
And it has like anime on it. Big gun. The Japanese words. It's lucky dope.
Here's a pink gun for you.
Oh, and it shoots pink bullets.
Oh no!
Shoot pink bullets, that'd be cool.
You didn't see him?
Oh gosh.
I got my pink.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
Really do all those last time?
What? You said you want to play Call of Duty Mobile.
Heck no.
What happened, bro? You were all about that, remember? What happened? Really, you ain't trying to play mobile Call of Duty with me no more, man?
That stuff is boring now.
I know, bro. Honestly, dude, once the bots were at it and all that shenanigans, like, it's cool, but nah. It was a good weight towards the new Call of Duty, though. I ain't gonna lie. But other than that, after this came out, I was like, nah, why would we want that for? Plus, it's too dang expensive, bro. They try to get you to spend money on the guns. Kind of makes you feel like you're playing Counter-Strike with Call of Duty. Gotta make a nice skin worth $1 million. Like, hey, get it out, nice skin, limited edition, here for $1 million. Okay, I'll take it.
For that's how it be.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What time do you usually get off?
Usually I do 4 hours and that's it. But going a little overtime today. I didn't stream yesterday, so.
You still have work? Because of quarantine?
Me work? I don't know. I wish I worked. I gotta find my own way to make my own money out here nowadays. Because I don't like working for employers, bro. They be on some other shenanigans. I don't like what they pay, or I don't like their rules, or I don't like their anything. I don't like their policies. I don't like working for somebody that wants to pay me little to nothing, you know?
Yeah,
yeah, I ain't doing it, bro.
Y'all ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. My bad, Jay. I didn't even have me muted on Discord. My bad, bro.
Yeah, that game's overpowered.
I just hear an echo. That's fine.
What's up, Aradar? How's it going, bro?
I thought you seen him, so I didn't say nothing.
Woo! All right, let me think. Oh, bro, today I was so mad. I spilled my drink on my desk. Remember how I told you my desk is literally a giant mouse pad? So, like, imagine that getting wet. Oh, I got so mad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Your eyes are always moving.
Stupid battle pass is annoying. It just keeps popping up. Like, oh, get the battle pass.
I don't want the battle. I don't need it. I don't care.
You just, like, shove it down your throat now. It's like, pops up randomly. Like, oh, yeah, you can get the battle pass right now.
I know. I be trying to click friend list, and then I keep hitting the freaking store. But no, bro. I noticed even on Xbox, I was having some weird lag on this game. It's the same thing. It's like, what's the difference?
It actually played pretty good on my phone.
Huh?
It actually played pretty good when I was playing on my phone.
Yeah, no, the Xbox ran good. Oh, that's a nice little warm up. And of course, I can't climb a ledge when I'm on a. Come on, man. Come on, man.
It makes it sound like. Oh boy.
Ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-way-o. Ba-boom, boom, boom.
What? Where'd you get the shot from? Wow.
Jay!
This kid turned it up.
Instant lightning basically with the penalty.
done. Time to kick this off.
No, Kelso, what's up? What's going on, bro? How are you, man? Yeah, I know, it was so fast. The loading was so fast.
Sometimes you play for like almost a minute.
All right, there. You ready for this? You ready for this, guys? Let's go. Look at us. Look at it. We're so bad.
Wow, that is so loud. That plane. Wow.
The what's so loud? The plane's loud? Is that what you're saying, Jay? All right. Too crazy. I'm going to let you call the drop. Where are we going? Go, go, go. Call the Arizona. Give us the OZ. Where we headed? TV station. Copy that. 10-4. 76. I'm going to do the 20. Over. Jumping up now. Go, go, go. Look, I'm going to be on TV. Oh.
Wow.
Oh my God, really? Really? Too crazy, bro. You put us in a depth zone, bro. Bro, man, like, how much you want to bet or Too Crazy landed somewhere else zone, but made us land at TVs?
Hey, I landed there too. Don't hate. I got my stuff.
Oh yeah, you're in here with me. Okay, you did. Oh yeah, you ain't lying. Yo, what the hell?
Oh wait, I mean. Wait, yeah, you're right side. My fault.
Boom! Take that! Yeah, eat that grenade. Almost broke my chair just now. What the heck? All right, guys, we're jumping back in. I'm going to the superstore. Screw this. No. Yeah. I ain't.
Great, I got a pistol.
Oh my God! Really? Get out of here, dude. F you, bro. Wow, he shot me with all that. You need that much bullets to take me out, for real? I just spawned. Yeah, I broke my chair.
I have no money.
Wait, what the heck is it?
Let's go. Alright, he's back.
Oh, that was. Where is that?
Okay, well, I'm down and out, guys. We're gonna wait for the team here, see what they can do, see if they can pull something out here for us here. None of them really got money right now. Everybody broke. You both are broke. Oh gosh. You guys remind me of my friends down the street. Oh man.
No.
Do you ever get like one of those friends that like hang out with you and be like, nah, bro, I'm broke, bro. Hey, do you mind copying me that? And you'd be like, look, bro, you and your freeloading self go somewhere, bro. Oh. Yeah. No, you know what I do? I let them.
I got a machine gun. I got a pistol.
I let them get in the car and I take them to one of those corners where money can be made. But here you go, bro. Do your thing.
You such a...
I just got destroyed because I had a pistol against a machine.
Nah, but seriously though, guys, what do you guys think? I might make a YouTube video about me wearing some yoga pants. I'm gonna like bend over and do some stretches. Oh, the yoga pants got you, didn't it? Though, didn't it?
I just warm up game real quick.
Oh, we got this. We got this. We're leveling up though. That's good, man. We get a lot of. Honestly, we get a lot of points for these modes. Like I don't get this whole battle pass shenanigan. Oh, man. I don't like that we keep getting disconnected.
What happened,
I click leave game, but
I'll back us out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what happened.
You don't worry about it. You just got smacked. He headshotted you.
One of those corners where money can be made. Yeah, you already know, Kinky. Yep.
That round was toxic.
It was. All good. That's what Call of Duty's all about, man. Toxic, it's good. It feeds my anxiety. So let's go.
I spawned back in and I landed and went into that building.
Dang, y'all
And
both
there was a
playing
whole
on
team
PC?
there.
Yeah.
I feel left out.
Ryzen 3600 GTX 1660 Super OC. Hype to start. Yeah, guys. Go for it, Kelso. Do it, bro. Honestly, this is like my final rig, probably. I don't know. I'll keep trying. You know, we'll see how streaming goes, guys. But I don't know. Yo, man, come on, dude. Dash. Alright, let's get back down there. Quicker, man, quicker. It's taking so damn long. Wow.
Wow.
Can't do anything to somebody. People! Or let's go. Yeah. Wait, why am I reading the same spot again? Alright, let's go back down, guys.
Playtime's over, mate. You're going to the war zone.
Wow. Let's do it.
How are we gonna get this round?
Alright, we got it. I've been pretty good, Been doing alright. Heck yeah, man.
I have it all the way down. I'll leave it open for you.
You said you got your booties all the way down.
You'll lead them in.
Oh, no.
Gas is closing on your position. Just get
I don't know, man. Too crazy got us killed last time. Jay, where you want to land? J-T! Train station? Okay. There we go. Yeah, but I hope everything's been great with you, though, Kelso, especially with times like today. You know, I hope you guys are being safe with everything. Everything's going good.
Please don't kill me, please don't kill me, please don't.
Yo, climb the wall, man. Climb the wall, man. Oh God. Oh. It's a store. We don't want to do that right now. We ain't got the money for it.
Wow.
Oh.
Parachute didn't deploy.
I got you, bro. I got you.
Dude, the parachute didn't
I'm on
deploy.
my way.
Take the pain. You're fine.
All right, we gotta get our teammate covered, guys.
Wow, that was bogus.
Hey, there's a helicopter coming. There you guys is south. Alright. Southeast coming.
All right, let's see what else we got up here, guys. Did you looking around, see what else we got? No, that's a negative.
Jim.
There's gonna be one inside this building.
I've got an SM.
No?
Going this way. Contact.
It's a go.
Yeah, been looking to stream with all this new free time. Yeah, that's true. I think a lot of people are streaming right now, though, Kelso. A lot of people. I say go for it, bro. Play the games you like to play. Do what you enjoy and have a good time. Gotta kill this quarantine time, guys. You know what I'm saying? I don't think the quarantine is gonna stop me doing what I need to do, though. I still gotta go out there and take care of my own business. All right, let's see. More money, which is good. Just an assault rifle. M13.
What was that?
I don't know, man. Yo, where are we at on the map anyway? We need to go at downtown. How come it doesn't even like show my location? Bro, how come I can't see my own markers?
Hey, what?
Thank you. You too, Ed. I hope you've been safe too. Just trying to figure out if I want to YouTube or stream. Wait. Just trying to figure out if I want to YouTube or stream Black World. Up to you, bro. YouTube be better. You can always archive it. You can edit whatever you're doing. Live stream's a little crazy. Yeah, definitely. You guys definitely want to be careful. Especially if you got like lockdowns, guys. You don't want to be getting caught with a fine for that shenanigans.
I think these guys are finding all the money.
Get upstairs real quick.
Broke.
Supply box ready to pick up.
Jay, where you at, bro?
Gas is closing in.
The deck's good. I was in the same building you were
Contract
just there.
updated. New objective identified.
Assault rifle.
Alright, we gotta watch and see what's around us here, guys.
Did you want something, Jim? My fault, bro.
That's good. I think he went with that.
Jim, no, you need this. Come here.
Yeah.
Why is
I'll go to the next loadout one.
Oh, there's blood here. Who was here? Yo, too crazy. Needs help. Let's go.
I see movement.
Oh no, I'm good.
Contract updated. New objective identified.
I don't know if I want that. Oh, we gotta get to circle. I'm trying to get to that. Oh, I got a helicopter on me. Right there.
Enemy hit
You getting this?
We need more money. You been on lockdown for a few days? Ugh. Yeah, lockdown's pretty strict. No need to tell me. I'm in Cali. That seems very deep over here, right? A few days. Lucky mine's going for a month. Yeah. I think we're not on. Well, at least where I'm at, we're not in complete lockdown, but we're on the only go out for essentials type of deal. So you just can't be out all the time. All right, guys, we're grabbing some money.
I got gas, nice.
We don't need those unless you guys want to fart.
I found this open.
Oh, I always carry one just in case.
Save it for me.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, I got a guy ahead of us. He's like east.
Let's grab that mask. I will definitely take that medical syringe.
I'm done taking all the loot.
Did it replace my...
Sniper rifle.
There ain't no way to really get up there.
Hey, yo, Chase, do you need any armor? Are you full on it?
Yeah, I do. I gave my last 2 armors to Jay. Well, I just got 1 now, actually.
Well, there's a whole bunch of armor over here. Like, there's a dead body over there.
Thank you.
Dude. We gotta get a circle, yeah.
Is this Skippy? Oh yeah, it is sometimes.
I got a guy. Oh my.
Yeah, why is it skipping?
It's glitching.
The gulag. If they survive, they can redeploy.
Alright, we're fighting right now.
Yeah, circle's coming in. I'll get you back in, Jay. Hold on. Or, yeah, hold on.
Your teammate is redeploying. Stand by.
I'm released.
Oh, good, sweet. Dang it. Watch my back, Jay. Dang it.
I'm dying from gas, though.
Oh my god.
Cancel my love.
Wow.
That's a good job. That's a good job. Yeah, I don't know why it's skipping so much, man. It's the game. It's this freaking game.
Okay.
This is the gulag. Survive and you can redeploy.
But it ain't skipping now. Yeah, it is sometimes.
Get ready to fight.
This
You're
is
next.
stupid. I hate this so bad. Like, I hate that I have to do this. Actually, let me keep it there. I think what we're gonna do... The skipping should stop now.
He's right there. I think.
You win this fight and you return.
Sometimes it does it, but not as much.
You're done here. Sort them out or capture the objective.
Alright, let's get back in there.
I'm gonna watch the staircase.
It's running better now. Okay. I lost all my money. My god, man. Wow. Get in the damn window, man. Come on. Oh my god. Okay, I got shotgun. Not the best weapons in the world.
Come on. Stuck. Ooh, come on. Make it, make it, make it.
Yo, Triggs, you're really far from us.
Yeah, it's where it spawned me, bro. My bad.
Nah, you're straight. Don't worry about it. Hey, jump on the four-wheeler and then we'll drive over there. We'll try our best.
Yeah, no, it's the game, man. The way it's developed, you know what I'm saying? It's the developers, bro. Straight up. Like, I've even seen like people that run dual PC setups still struggle.
Good driver, by the way.
Like, so far it's running better, I think. Still stutters though. Oh my god, what the heck is going on here? Oh god. What did I do?
Oh, I'm gonna get us killed.
Of course. Wow! No way, dude. Whatever. Garbage. I'm trying to fix something here.
Just buy him back. I'm gonna buy you back, alright, Triggs?
I don't care, bro. I shot the dude 3 freaking times with a shotgun. None of it mattered. Got it. My god, I can't even fix my game because I gotta do something already. Come on, man. Oh god. No weapons. This is trashy, man. Constantly stuck with something I don't. Okay, hold on. Let me fix this dang thing. Where the hell is it?
Hey, in there's my body.
Wow.
if you need.
Why is it doing this, man? Come on.
Marking new safe zone.
Yo, Trace, what you doing, bro?
This is stupid.
Mark control point for your team. Teammates in the gulag. If they survive, they can redeploy.
Oh my god, why does it want to grab everything else but what the... Oh my god. What else am I dragging here? Thank you.
Champion of Gulag.
I messed everything up. I can't do this. Like I'm Come on. I don't have time for nothing. This stupid game. I'm just gonna go down. Screw it. I don't even care right now. I just ruined everything. God, man. I'm trying to fix something and I can't. And now I got a stupid pistol.
Okay.
Come on, man. I'm sorry, guys. Just bear with me. I should have got off at my 4-hour mark. I shouldn't even be streaming right now. But I'm gonna try.
Wow.
Shotguns are useless in this mode. Whatever, man. Come on with your shield, bro. I don't have anything. Nothing worthwhile anyway. It's all pretty gooey. Whatever, dude. Alright, I can fix my stream finally. Alright, let me see. What the hell did I do, man?
Where was the camper there? Wow.
You're good.
He was in the other side.
Nah, I'm not gonna be on too much longer. I gotta get on. I'm getting too frustrated right now. This is stupid. This is stupid. This is like when I drag something, everything else dragged on me. Alright, I'm just gonna turn this one off first of all, get better performance. Alright, and then here. What the hell did I do, man? Why am I even spectating this? I'm gonna watch these guys. What the hell? Like, I'm not gonna do all that again. the thing is, everything looks fine on here. You know what? Let me see what it looks like for you guys. Hold on. I think we're seeing two different things. Yeah, we are seeing two different things. Wow. So it's not even as bad as I thought it was. Okay, so on my side, I'm looking right now, and you guys see everything fine except for the game. Me, you know what? Let me actually close this preview and then open it back up. Now it's fixed. Wow. So I almost ruined everything just because I thought it was something on my end. So really, the only thing that needs fixed is just this. That's it. Yeah, right here. Oh my god, man. Come on. Thank you. Grab the corner. You go. All fixed. Wow. It wasn't even as bad as I thought it was. Good thing I double checked before I went all crazy. Oh, dear jeez. Okay, guys. I don't know. We're almost hitting like... We're almost at 5 hours. Wow. What we had today? Donated Body came in. Luckily, Donated Body came in with a sub and a donation. That was very nice of them. They didn't have to do that. So we did a little extra hour overtime. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. My bad, Jay. Bro, OBS was showing me something, but yet the stream was seeing something completely different from what I was seeing.
Oh, wow. What the heck?
Yeah.
You're doing so good, too. Wow, that sucks.
I know, bro. I was in the middle, like, my string got all jacked up, like, the game was, like, all, like, it's crazy looking. And here I am thinking, like, man, what the heck happened? How did I drag everything out of place? Because I had some things locked. I'm like, how? No, there's no way. And I came to find out, I had to close the preview and reopen it, and then it was back to normal. I was like, wow. So it looked like it was an OBS issue. It was like some random glitch. It's already 2 in the morning? Oh my god. I was supposed to leave? I didn't even leave yet. Whoopsie daisy. I don't know.
Everybody wants you to get on Sea of Thieves right now, too.
Sea of Thieves is gonna make me know it will. Like, I'm gonna get so mad at pirates. Like, I'm literally just, I don't even care about voyages right now. I would just PvP. And then if they they make me mad enough. Like, I'm just.
We could do like what we've been doing with Aradar.
Right.
Just go on to his European servers and just trash everybody. That's what we've been doing.
See,
the last 2 days, 15 ships in 2 days.
Well, if anything, I mean, we've been on here enough. I mean, if anything, I'll do an hour. And if things look good, we'll continue on. If not, I'll just go ahead and call it a night. Because I was supposed to...
It started making me rage because I saw the guy that killed you in that far corner. I went there and he got behind me some magically. I don't know what happened, but he got behind me somehow.
I feel like going outside right now, take out my anger and something. Yeah,
so we're playing Animal Crossing?
The hell is that? Holy shoot, what the heck am I typing on Discord? It says CVVVVVV. Like, oh my god, that was all that push to talk.
Oh yeah. I've done that before too. I'd be tabbed out and be in your stream. I'm sitting there trying to move in the game and I'm pushing like W, like 16 W's in your like, whoops.
Yeah, nah, I don't know what Animal Crossing is. If there's a deer, I'll shoot it. I'll eat it too.
It's a new game that's on Nintendo Switch, I think it is, or one of the Nintendo.
Well, if it's on Nintendo Switch, that's why I don't know about it, because I don't have a Switch. I never made the Switch yet.
Came out like a couple days ago, and it's like the big hype right now. It's like a cartoony looking weird.
You know what?
Game.
If it wants to be exclusive, I'm not gonna play it. Simple as that.
Yep.
These developers with their exclusive crap, they can take the game and shove it up their butt cheeks for all I care, because I'm tired of it. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and wait like till next year to get something. That's like this game. Nobody almost wanted to get this game because of that exclusive bull shenanigans. Nobody, we ain't got time for that. Screw your contracts, screw your regulations. We already got copyright issues as it is of now. Don't be adding no more rules. Like, no, just stop it.
Yeah,
you already got us with battle passes, like, let alone exclusives. Get out of here with that.
Which wasn't going to be added to this game, but what happened?
Right. Yeah.
We're not going to do loot crates or battle pass. No, you did it. Okay.
And then see at these, bro. They screwed up the PvP, bro. Like, I miss the old PvP. I don't know, man. Like, the fighting is not the same anymore. I used to be so beast on it. Now they made it so user-friendly. There's no point. Like, there's no point of, like, higher frame rate or...
Have you seen the new weapons that they added and stuff?
No, just the grenades or whatever. That's it. And it's actually just annoying. That's all they are. Just stupid annoying. Gotta go get water now and water it down and other crap.
They added some other grenades too. They got like a blunderbuss grenade.
No, I didn't finish the Final Fantasy yet, Kel. So that's like my go-to single-player game lately. I've been grinding on that. I'm almost done, I think. I got, what, almost got the 4th key? I think I'm almost done. Kind of felt bad, though. I jumped out of order because I did what? I did 8, then 9, and then jumped to Maxima. Like, Maxima is like the latest. Well, maybe not the latest, but I'm only playing it because it's on the Project X, so it's free. I don't care. It's free is good. Free is good. I don't think I've ever paid $60 for that kind of game. I would probably throw myself out the window. It's a cool game. Not for $60, though.
Nope.
Because the levels kind of make me feel like it's like PlayStation 2. Like, you go from one end to the other, like A to B, and that's it. I don't like that. Like, the other Final Fantasies were open world. Like, I like that freedom. I don't like that constraint of you can't go anywhere. This is all you're going to do. You're going to go from here to there, and that's it. But the story is nice. There is narrating, so there's other things to make up for the lack of freedom. So it's cool. I like it, and they got the whole Mirage system. It's a different Final Fantasy, so I like it. It's just I wish it was free roam. That was my only complaint.
Free roam games are so much better because.
And I don't like that I don't have Ifrit or Shiva yet. Like, what the hell? Like, usually every Final Fantasy, they're like you get them kind of early. This game, nope. I'm still trying to get them. Alright, give me a second. Let me switch it up. I might have to switch up my Sea of Thieves because I think I was playing it on my phone and it switched to my resolution and everything. Play with it. Wait a minute. Yeah, but I did a lot of champion battles. I haven't gotten them yet. And when I do see them, I just... They're hard. About to be a real pirate right now. I'm going to be an angry pirate. Right.
That's what we've been doing lately. We've just been attacking everything we saw. We didn't even do a mission. We just...
No hesitation, bro. Just sink it. Just sink it. Just don't even bother being nice. Just sink the damn ships. Get out of my face. Finish your voyage. Call it a day.
We got an ally one time and waited for them to complete the fort. And we sunk them. Took all their stuff. It was funny. I bet they were so mad.
I just can't believe my OBS just played me. It literally tried to fool me. Wow. Good thing I double checked, man. That is crazy. Hell is Sea of Thieves at?
Because I see you go like AFK for a little bit. Like, okay.
Yeah. I hate that it's Windows 10, man. Like, I wish it was like separate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm just complaining too much. I hate going to the store trying to find it because I don't put games on my desktop.
Oh man, you see my desktop's just covered with games. Easy to find.
We'll see. I know sometimes a couple Sea of Thieves runs we had, I kind of got internally angry, just didn't show it. I don't know. I hope I don't get that right now. I'm just scared.
Yeah, that's what was bad about that one where we did in the North American server, man. That thing, those guys are just being just plain toxic. They didn't care. They just wanted to keep sinking us over and over again.
Well, what's sad is that this is the best time to hack through games because you're not gonna get caught as easy.
Yeah.
You guys are sitting at home. They're to monitor servers or anything like that. So if you want to hack, do it now. Yeah, till quarantine's over to do so.
Which could be 6 months down the road. We don't know.
What the hell? I click play Sea of Thieves. Why? See, this is what I'm saying, man. Windows 10. Come on, bro. Get with the program. Oh my god! Now I gotta go back to the App Store.
Does invite actually get you right into it?
I don't get those invites.
Oh, you don't get them? What?
Nope, I turned that off. I don't like it. It makes me lag. I can't do game ready, whatever, because that Windows 10 screwed it up. It was good at one point, but they ruined it. When they try to make it to where you have to use game ready for it, they can go somewhere else with that. I ain't dealing with it. It was better when, yeah, the Xbox app used to give me the, yeah, I think I gotta change my resolution. Give me a second. I think it's on 720 because I was playing this on my phone. All right, come on. Skip the damn menu. I don't want to hear the music. Okay. Wait, where's settings? Yeah, it's on 720. Come on, man. I can't change it? Oh my god. Native. Okay, now I'm at 1080. I don't remember if I want full screen or window borderless. Really? Oh, full screen is window borderless. Never mind. Oh, they got resolution scaling now? I didn't know that. Could barely run the game at 100 resolution scaling without it, like, the PS dropping at the islands. What's the point of that?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I'm in video settings. I'm not even in graphics settings. Well, I should probably turn some things down. Like shadows, I could probably bump down to like a legendary. Wait, what the hell? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put it to rare.
Okay, so who is all joining this? Is Kelso joining this too, then, or?
A galleon? Oh god. As long as everybody does their part. Yeah, like I was telling Jim earlier, like I'm all about the sloops, brigs, and galleons. I literally rip my hair off sometimes.
How do we drag people into chat?
No, we're about to switch channels. I got this one set to 2. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just like my co-op channel. Give me a second. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, give me 1 second.
Don't worry, mate. Take your time.
I think we're gonna just bump these down.
My day.
Family, what's that?
Work from home, so I am all yours.
Ooh, that sounds interesting, intriguing.
Wow. Okay. Wow. My camera's not even in the right formation. What did you do to my OBS? How dare you play with my emotions? Oh my god, where is Sea of Thieves? Where is Sea of Thieves?
I know, right? No, I've had a...
No! You guys are gonna make me happy.
I'll promise I will make you laugh.
Good, I like promises. I like promises. Erdar is gonna make my day, because I know he's gonna take that sword and shove it up their booty right out of their mouth and then slice them right in half, and we're gonna eat them for supper on the fire pit.
There goes PG-13, mate.
Ah, let's do it.
Oh, yeah. As much fun as we've been having lately with just thinking everybody, yeah. You're gonna enjoy this if we get a bunch of ships that we see.
Let's show the combat side of Sea of Thieves.
Oh yeah, we've been having some fun.
Yeah. I'm gonna shoot you with an invite tricks. I don't know if you're getting them because you said that you have certain things disabled and so on and so forth.
Yeah, no, game ready's disabled. Give me a second. Are you online? Does it show you online?
Of course I'm not. Just join on Jim. Jim is online.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'm always online.
Here's Jim. So because this app doesn't like me just to join game, I had to click your profile, wait for it to load. Da 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 da.
I hate that.
Then I go ahead and nope, can't join him. Oh, are you in his game yet, Jim?
Yeah.
The hell? Stupid Windows 10.
Yeah. And it says I have.
Wait. Shit. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
joining.
sometimes you have to like refresh it like 3 or 4 times to get it to work. It's dumb.
Personally, I'm using the game bar. It gives me no issue or anything. It's really well optimized on my end. So, but you know me, I've never had an issue with Windows 10. So you know, lucky bastard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, game bar actually works for me fine too. Sometimes it kind of acts up, but most of the time it's actually pretty good.
It happens.